There's no audio if there's supposed to be.
Hi, Hamish. They're just setting up still.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to day 20 of the Inquiry and Advisory Committee hearing for Kentbruck Green Power Hub Project Environment Effects Statement. This hearing is being audio recorded with recordings available on the Engage Victoria website. My name is Lisa Kendall and I'm Chair of the committee appointed to consider this matter, along with Deputy Chair Member Michael Kirsch on my right, Member Lachlan Wilkinson on my left, and Member Ken Joyner is with us online. So today we'll be hearing submissions from a number of individual submitters, and I invite Mr Hayne Meredith to come and sit at the table and to set up. We'll come to you shortly for your submissions. And this morning we'll also be hearing from Jack, who may be, thank you. So Jack is here representing himself, and also Viva Lynn Lenahan. We do have other parties presenting this afternoon. I'll run through those later. I will note that Letitia Kavana, who's in the timetable, will not be presenting today. And we've also had advice from Ms Lou Baxter that she will not be presenting on Monday. So we've had a number of documents circulated in the last day. I'll run through a number of those. So thank you very much to parties for providing your additional written submissions. So we have submissions from Ms Thompson, from Mr Liddicoat that I may have mentioned yesterday. Ms Lenahan has circulated her submissions, and I note that she has updated those with the most recent update from this morning, and I understand those documents have been switched out with the original ones. We also have a hearing presentation from Mr Meredith, from Mr Rhodes, and I note that the CFA has revised their original submission as in response to an invitation from the IAC to review the environmental management framework mitigation measures. I just note that submission has substantially the same content as the original submission. However, they've removed the recommendations relating to conditions and replaced them with recommendations relating to the mitigation measures. So that document has been tabled as a new document with a document number 443. You'll also see in the document list there's an email exchange with submitter 191 who had requested to provide further submission to the IAC, and the IAC has declined to permit that at this stage, given the stage of the process that we're in, and that they had not asked to be a party to the process. And I'll just note that we have received one document. I didn't have an additional document number 4. Mr Hayne Meredith submitted, provided further written submission this morning. Mr Meredith, is that correct?
I did it last night, but I'm in a marginal area with reception working off my phone, so I could upload it, but I couldn't do the distribution email to support that.
Thank you. No, just noting that that's come in today, and obviously you can talk us through your submission.
I won't be relying on that written submission. I'll be just presenting what I've got.
Okay, thank you.
What I did yesterday.
Thank you. I'll get you to talk us through that in detail shortly. And I also note we have received submissions from Morris Schinkel in anticipation of tomorrow's submission as well. So I'm just going to... So the IAC does have correspondence ready to be circulated for the proponent in relation to the issues that were discussed yesterday. If that hasn't landed yet, it will land any moment, and we're happy to take any questions from the proponent when that's arrived and you've had time to review it.
Thank you.
And there are no other preliminary matters from the IAC, so I'll ask Mr Chessel, is there anything from your perspective?
Yes, and two matters, and I'll attempt to address them quickly. The first is a response to a question that Member Kirsch raised, I think on Monday of this week, about the internal power line configuration, in particular the central alignment. And as I recall the question, Member Kirsch, it was whether my client would seek to pursue, as an alternative to the above-ground option and that central alignment, a below-ground option. And my instructions are that my client would prefer the above-ground option, but would, as a fallback position, seek to pursue a below-ground option along that central alignment. And I think that was the query that was raised.
Thank you. It was part of the query. I suppose the first element of the query was really to establish whether there'd been any engineering or technical analysis of undergrounding it there to see whether there was any practical impediment to that happening, which seemed like the obvious first question to ask.
Yeah, I see. And
then secondly, whether the proponent had given any thought to that as an option,
yes,
understanding that the preference would always be for above ground,
yeah, if
for no other reason than for cost reasons.
Yeah.
So you've partly answered that. I suppose it's just confirmation that there's no, if the proponent is aware of any technical impediment to that happening.
Yeah, I understand that that is not the case, that we are not aware of any technical impediment, but I will confirm that and come back to you. The second issue, Member Kendall, concerns a query raised by the department. You'll recall that the department's submission raised certain queries about the status of offsets, and one of the queries concerned the status of utilising Block 7 as an offset, in particular in respect of the Australasian bittern. I'm able to advise the committee that discussions with the owner of Block 7 have progressed, and that a letter of intent or an agreement in the nature of a letter of intent has been entered into to continue discussions. So there's no firm commitment in respect of that block, but the discussions have been ongoing, and a commitment has been made to progress that matter in the future. So they're the two updates I have to provide, and nothing further for present purposes.
Thank you. And I'll just ask if there are any other matters that we need to discuss. And if not, Mr Meredith, we're ready for your submission, and I'll hand to you to talk us through your submission. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I understand Ms Selbraj is going to assist you just briefly. Thank you.
Thank you. Firstly, thank you for agreeing to an extra 10 minutes this morning, and thank you for your early rise and your forbearance there. And thank you to the technical assistants for getting me up on screen and moving. They're very much appreciated. Now, I wrote this a couple of days ago. I might have chosen a different option if I was writing it today in the weather today, but I'm here because I care about this place. And I care about this place because I care about this place. I've chosen this particular view because it would be the first view that my great-great-grandmother saw in 1842 as she dropped down the hill with her family looking for land. This would be the first time she saw the lakes that would become her home, the bay that sweeps around to the left behind, and a feature that's in the very background, a little bump, one of the few features you can recognise as a landmark, which eventually became known as Headitch Hill. I'll refer to Headitch Hill a few times during the presentation. This would also be the first view that my great-great-grandfather saw about 10 years later. He was an itinerant Methodist minister, newly minted, and his parish went from Port Fairy across to the border, a horseback ministry, as Methodists did in those days. He came down this hill to preach, but came back to court and married my great-great-grandmother in 1852. To get married, they had to ride back to Geelong on horseback with her brother as a chaperone and to help with the difficulties and dangers of the journey. When they came back, they built this place and somehow fitted 7 children into those walls, those 4 rooms and those walls. Some of those children died, so that sadly made it easier. And if those walls could talk, if only they could talk, they would first acknowledge that there's a second home, a much earlier home in this photograph, formed from the same stone but sheltering a very different group of people. The walls would acknowledge that as the fires in its buildings were flickering up, the fires in the caves were flickering out. And that's something I regret. I'm not sure how it could be otherwise, but one culture displaces another. I do note that looking through the itinerary of speakers, that there are representatives of the people who would have been descendants of the people in these caves coming to speak to this hearing, and I think that indicates a resilience and a continuing connection to country and a continuing care, which I acknowledge with respect. So if these walls could talk, they could talk about 6 generations of my family, each one shaping the land around them and in turn being shaped by the land around them. For me, growing up in this landscape, with people who grew up in this landscape, I developed a natural interest in the natural world, and that led me to an interest in educational, it led me to an educational direction of studies of the natural sciences, then a career in teaching about the natural world, standing in the natural world, teaching about the natural world and for the natural world. It's led me to trying to move my workplace in sustainable directions. It's led me to trying to move my landscape, my house in sustainable directions, and it's brought me here. It's brought me here in some degree of anger, because once again I'm facing an exploitative proposal backed by an eloquence of lawyers on my left, a conga line of consultants that have come through the hearing, and behind all of those there would be a huddle of investors. Each of those people I'm facing, the proposal I'm facing is coming from people who have the luxury of saying it's not in my backyard. Now, I'm sure the term NIMBY is going to be thrown up into the air at some stage in the hearing. If it is, I'd like it to land there. This proposal is coming from people who will not call this their backyard, and any impacts that result will not be in their backyard. Now, I've chosen this slide because partly to calm myself down and partly to segue into the environment itself. You'll have been hearing from many experts about the environmental values of this place and the environmental impacts. I won't go and try and trace all the way through that myself. I'll content myself with a couple of observations. The first is the value of sanctuary. It's been a sanctuary for me and my family, but of course it's been a sanctuary and set up as a sanctuary for the natural world as well, particularly for birds. Now, the issues I have with the way the sanctuary has been assessed are twofold. One is that the surveys are very short term and the surveys are visually based. Now, short-term assessments miss long-term variations and long-term values. 12 months fits into a human calendar, but it doesn't match what the natural world will run by. Now, to illustrate this, I've got a 1977 story. Now, in 1977, you can see that corduroy flares were in, flannel shirts, lots of hair, and a rather callow youth standing there working on some bladewing kites. In 1977, inland rains had kick-started a boom and bust cycle for a population of long-haired rats and the predators that eat on them, such as the leaderwing kite. When the waters and the boom retreat south, the kite follows and a large aggregation ends up at Werribee. Now, Werribee wasn't set up to be a sanctuary for these kites, but that's what it became. And the point I'm making here is that conservation reserves have a latent value, a capacity to provide critical value for unforeseen events and unexpected needs. And your consideration of the value of this sanctuary, please make sure you consider what it can become for things that we know about and for things we do not know about. Climate change provides another area where latent value might be very important. The second comment would be on the visual surveys, which can miss or undercount cryptic species or highly mobile species. One day in early February this year, I had an excellent birding day because in the morning I saw a Lewin's rail. Now I know it's been there because I can hear it, but I've only seen it twice, and I've only seen it twice for a total of about 20 seconds. It's a cryptic species which hides. It's a very secretive species. I only see it when I startle it, when it's in the outdoors, and I suddenly give it a surprise, the surprise being mutual. So that was in the morning, and in the evening I saw a sea eagle fly over, and the flight lasted about maybe 20 seconds, 30 seconds. Come and gone. It was heading north towards the Kentbruck area. Now, both of those birds would be easily missed by any visual survey, by someone standing in one spot for 20 minutes on repeated times through the year. Those sorts of birds are easily missed. A couple of days later, I saw a Nankeen night heron on the Glenelg River. My son saw it. I didn't see it. I don't know how he saw that. I usually only see them when they flush them up as I accidentally drive past or canoe past. And of course there are bitters. Now, all those birds could easily be missed or undercounted with the survey methodology that was used by these consultants. And then wedge-tailed eagles, who may be both cryptic and highly mobile. The pine forest, I read, has been characterised as being of low biological value. This may be true for the forest itself, but it might be a surprise to the wedge-tailed eagles that seem to like the plantation clearings, and possibly also to the emus and the kangaroos, the Nankeen kestrels that seem to be there in abundance as well. I can remember once, one gobsmacking day, driving back from the Glenelg River, seeing 6 to 8 eagles in a single clearing. Now, I say 6 to 8 because they were landing and leading, so I could see a certain number in the air, they'd be landing and taking off again, so it was a bit hard to count exactly. At least 6, possibly 8. I tested that memory this year with a drive through a clearing near the Kentbruck quarry on February the 25th. The first eagle down on the left was easy to see because it was flying around and landed on a clearing edge, using it as a vantage point, I suppose. In driving over to that eagle to get a photograph, I flushed up a second eagle from the roadside. And then a little bit further, flushed up a third eagle, also from the roadside. Now, the first eagle was easy to see. The second eagles and the third eagle would have been invisible to anyone in one spot, taking a static count for 20 minutes. I tested again in March the 2nd. And there again I saw 3 eagles very quickly. One eagle here, which I thought I'd better circle because it was a bit hard to see from my photograph, but it's transiting along the escarpment, coming from Bridgewater Lakes area up through the Kentbruck pine forest. It would be transiting exactly where those turbines would be placed. I saw 2 more eagles on the other side of the road a little bit later on. Now that slide's worth putting out there with that idea of a superhighway, a transit area for these eagles, because eagles and other birds will use that to efficiently fly from one area to another. They use the updraft to be able to move quickly without expending much energy. And you'll see that in the next slide. Just bear with this for a minute or two. I thought I was just taking some eagles. We've got a saying, I'm so hungry I could eat a horse. I think the eagles have a version of that saying, which you'll see shortly. Now you'll see them using that updraft. This is the updraft they would use to transit along the escarpment. You can see how they're using the wind up the slope to fly. I'm not sure what that kangaroo was thinking, but I'm sure it was fairly impressed the closer that eagle got. Those birds are magnificent and should be protected. Unfortunately, turbines kill those eagles. This is an eagle that was found under a turbine at Cape Bridgewater. Now, no amount of discussion about possible mitigation strategies can prevent that, and no amount of calculation about population viability or mortality rates or thresholds or what is acceptable and what is not acceptable. No amount of clever calculations can justify this. We should not be adding ways to kill birds and bats in the very places we are trying to protect them. So this proposal compromises current conservation values and latent future biodiversity values, and I think it should be refused. Now to turn to landscape. We are a coastal culture, and we value the character of the coast, but we also value the stories it contains, some visible, some true, some tall, and some require someone to tell them. When we value the stories we create there for ourselves. The point I'm making here is that it's much more than just a visual appreciation, much more than just a visual value. Now, there are 4 qualities to this coast. It's accessible, it's diverse, and then the key two are that it's wild and beautiful. That's a very, very rare combination. There are other places which are beautiful, there are other places that are wild, there's plenty of coast which is accessible, there are diverse stretches of coast, but to get that combination into one spot, one compact area, is very rare and should be protected. There are many moods, many colours, many forms, and many ways of experiencing them. That combination can draw a response like that. That response occurred after a long walk through the sand dunes at Swan Lake, when there was a rare overflow event and the waters flowed out to the coast. We'd walked along the creek bed and we'd hit the coast, and that was a spontaneous response from my daughter. And for once I had my camera in the right spot at the right time. Now, landscapes that can elicit that sort of response are very precious. Now, this coast also contains some stories, some big stories. Up the top left, we've got the Carrigal Caves, and they tell some very big stories. They would have once been mountain tops, eroded into sand, into a beach, and climate change has brought them into huge sand dunes, and climate change has then calcified them into limestone rock. At some stage it's faulted, and at some stage it's eroded into a cave. So there are some big geological stories there. There are big climate stories, because it would have seen the seas advance and retreat over each ice age and inter-ice age. The last advance would have brought the sea to where it is now, about 12,000 years ago, and that's the time when that cave had to have been occupied. So it can tell a story of a long, long occupation. It can tell a story of settlement and displacement, one culture coming in, displacing a culture. And that's a big story for our culture and our continent too. Just below it, we've got an early example of spin doctoring, an early example of cultural propaganda perhaps, because that shows a very interpreted picture. It's accurate in some instances. It captures the cave itself quite nicely, but it shows a rather overscaled boat in the background. It shows a couple of leisurely gentlemen over on the right, and it shows a fairly peaceful, contented, Indigenous group of people in the centre. And in 1852, both those depictions of humans would have been inaccurate. It would have been a hard life for the Europeans, and in 1852 most of the Indigenous people would have been in dire straits. So a little bit of propaganda perhaps there. The landscape contains some big stories of dangers and disasters as well, ranging from the Admella up in the top, a devastating shipwreck, a ship that landed in sight of the coast, cracked up over a number of days through various rescue attempts. Most of the people that were surviving, clinging onto the boat, were washed off. Some were rescued. So an epic story there. And then another epic story below, a more modern story. That little memorial is near the blowholes. It commemorates two people who went to sea, the wild seas, got a bit too close. Both got swept off the rocks and swept out to sea. The young man was never seen again, which is why he's memorialised there. But the young girl was swept back into the cliff, into a sea cave in the cliff. Within the surf zone, pounded by the waves, and somehow one person from the search and rescue effort in Portland figured out that he could rope himself up, abseil down, tie himself to her, and in between the poundings of the waves, rig up a situation where he could jump back into the water with her tied onto him, and they'd be pulled up back into the safety of the cliff top. So another epic rescue. I still think that is one of the most courageous rescues I have ever heard. And then there are the smaller stories that we create ourselves. These are the experiences that we seek, or that we stumble upon, or that get imposed upon us. On the left, there am I in my favourite beach. I've had some beautiful, delightful surfs there, but I've also snapped a board, I've cracked a rib, I've broken a leg rope and had a 20-minute swim with impending mortality becoming a bigger factor in my mind. At the top, the blowholes in a wild sea situation. We were there once when we saw a seal just below us in the surf zone, right against the cliff, wondering why it would be in such a risky place, wondering until we saw a big fluke emerge just out of the surf zone. And there was an orca, a killer whale patrolling just beyond the surf zone, which explained why the seal was where it was. And then below, we've got a crested penguin, normally an Antarctic penguin. I was getting a drink at White's Beach from a spring just below. Noticed a few feathers around my feet, followed the feather trail up the cliff, and there about a metre above my head, keeping very, very quiet and very still, was this metre high bird, crested penguin. So these are the stories that we bring with us and we have with us when we're thinking about landscape. They accumulate layer upon layer, and they're retained and retrieved as vivid memories, and therefore as vivid personal connections. So when I'm at a place like White's Beach, I'm not just looking at the view, I've got all these connections and memories that I've got alongside me and within me as well. Now here's a particular way of experiencing or valuing the outdoors. And this is a user group which I believe has been missed or misunderstood by the proponents. My career has been in outdoor education, and I found it useful to flip those two words around to call it education outdoors, because outdoor education can bring with it some baggage. A lot of people have been through outdoor education programs when it's almost been a humans versus the outdoors approach. But our approach, education outdoors, puts education firmly at the forefront, and it means that there's a broader and deeper meaning and reason for being outdoors. Outdoor education, or education outdoors, has a simple premise. If we want to be connected, personally connected to our extraordinary environment, then sometimes we need to be standing in it. And it's got an ancient strategy. Education in context is a powerful connecting strategy. Now, I'll just give you a couple of examples. They're not from any one program, they're from a range of programs, but they give you an example of what you might do if you're educating in the outdoors. You might start with some activities that hook students in, that engage them and challenge them in all the best ways possible. You might provide some communal challenges, the challenge of cooking a meal together. That's potentially one of the most valuable, but also one of the most challenging activities they will do, because someone at some stage is going to stand in the spaghetti and they've got to work out what to do about it in order to get a communal outcome. You can see in the background Discovery Bay, and you can see the escarpment where the turbines would be. Now, learning in context, a couple of examples. We could go up to the Tarryall Caves. One of those caves has been the site of an archaeological dig. The dig went down 2 metres of layer upon layer of occupation. Now, when you think about the 11,000 years that people have been in that cave and you try and find evidence for that occupation, it's subtle and hard to see. A few fragments of shell, a few fragments of charcoal. After 11,000 years, it's very hard to see that presence there. But if you go to the right-hand side, you can see the shelter that's been in existence at the time for 30 years, and the change is immediate and obvious. So vivid contrasts can speak for themselves. We've got two cultures, two different ways of using a landscape, and two very different impacts and outcomes. Now, that's a lesson that doesn't need many words. It's a lesson that presents itself. Another lesson, getting water, getting food from a location is effectively teaching new dogs old tricks. The fishing one is interesting because the first fish, you can see evolution in action. You can see fingernails getting longer, you can see teeth getting sharper, you can see the focus and the interest becoming very focused. Now, this is an activity in itself, getting food, getting water, making tools from the place where you're at. It's an interesting lesson in itself, but then you can add that lesson to this one. You can create a further meal, a meal with the tomato paste from Italy, the couscous from the Middle East, and the tuna from Thailand. If you've got both those meals, you've got an easy way of comparing food miles, packaging, trade, interdependence, packaging waste. You've got the ability to give a very visceral, very personal lesson there. And the third and final lesson I'll talk about is the one that I thought was going to be useful in the program we run down there. It's a conservation activity that's part of the program for the Year 8s. I thought it would be an excellent opportunity to give back to the country down there, and then that giving back to increase the connection that they have down there. I thought it'd be a good example of how you might look after land, and it certainly worked in all those ways. The real point of that lesson turned out to be the people that the students worked with. Here they're brush matting, they're putting down brush to create a habitat for plants to regenerate underneath, and they're working with the volunteers from the Great South West Walking Track. I thought the activity was the important part, but it turns out to be the contact with the volunteers, the exemplars, people who have devoted time and energy into looking after a landscape. It's meeting those people and seeing what they do and their passion that turns out to be the lesson there. Now, the extent of activity down there has been missed, I believe. I rang around a number of schools just to see how many people they were sending down to this area. And this is really just the start of a tally, but it does indicate the amount of time and the number of people that are using the Discovery Bay and the Glenelg River. The data comes from 2004 and 2005, except for the little line that's my own because I've retired now. But Wesley College sends Year 8s, Brighton Grammar, St Leonard's, Beacon Hills, Bayview, Ballarat and Clarendon, and so on down to Cardinia. I could have called other schools, but that's what I came up with in the time I had available. When you tally up the duration of time, the number of students and staff that are there, you get people days. And from that tally alone, we've got 13,000 people days using that area. It's a high value activity and it's an extensive level of use. And then I called the local tour operator and they came back with this data. Now this is simply bookings that they've made over the last 3 years. But just look at the geographic footprint that those bookings involve, the diversity of groups that use the area, and the diversity of ages involved, ages and purposes. Now, the comment from the provider was that the group sizes are increasing year on year. Some schools, the smaller schools, come back episodically according to their budgets at the time. Some schools come back year upon year. And the larger schools will usually combine a Glenelg River phase, a cycling phase through the Kentbruck Forest, and a walking phase down the Discovery Bay coast on the Great South West Walk. So that just gives you an idea of the value of the area for these groups and the extent of use they make of the area. Now I'll move on to visual impact. I think the way of assessing visual impact is quite simple. We just look at how much change this project would create and we look at the extent this change would be visible from. I think the visual impact would be radical. It would be a radical change in character, from natural to built, from horizontal to vertical, from a movement which is determined by the wind and the waves, the clouds and the sun, to a movement which is rotating and mechanical, from interfaces that form a horizon to structures that punctuate the horizon, from rounded and undulating to hard-edged, from blended coastal colours to stark white or shadowed black, and from small to mega scale structures. So that change would be a complete change in character. It would be a change in character that would be visible far and wide. Now I've got here a view from the escarpment, and we can see Headitch Hill in the background. There's a view from the beach, and you can see the escarpment in the background again. In the middle we've got a view from White's Beach, and the escarpment's visible. A view from the springs, where you can see the escarpment. A view from the blowholes, where you can see the escarpment in the background, and a view from Stony Hill on top of Cape Bridgewater, again with the escarpment in the background. So that's a view that goes far beyond the 5 kilometres and the 10 kilometres that the visual impact surveys were focusing on. And it's a view that encapsulates locations that were not represented very well within the visual surveys. The representations are another matter. I had to work out how to calibrate my own camera so that when I took a view, I knew that when I printed it out in A4, it would represent what I was actually seeing. I ended up taking a range of magnifications, tracing them out on a clear acetate sheet, holding it up at 540 millimetres away from my head and working out which magnification represented what I could actually see. And this shows what I see when I'm looking at the lakes from my house, and the bottom one shows how this was represented by the proponent's consultant. Now the teacher in me thinks, maybe this should be an essay topic. This picture, that picture, discuss. The landscape assessments also made a fair mention of things like atmospheric effects or cloud cover. I don't think those are relevant. I think the visual impact comes from contrast, and the contrast is either going to be stark white when the sun's facing the turbines, or stark black when they're in shadow, the sun's on the other side. Either way, these turbines will be visible throughout the day, throughout the seasons, and throughout atmospheric conditions. Then the mitigation theories, the idea that you could mitigate some of these views, the idea that you could screen them off in particular strategic locations. And this requires a goldfish model of mitigation. It requires walking along, seeing a turbine, thinking, oh, I'm being impacted. Walking past a tree, it screens you off and thinking, oh, I'm free and wild. Walking past again, a turbine and seeing the impact. Walking past a screening effort and feeling free and wild. But memories will linger. You don't forget what you've seen as you're walking through screened areas. You don't forget what you're coming to. You don't forget what you've seen. So memories linger. The impact lingers. Mud sticks in this case.
Mr. Meredith, I'm not wanting to rush you, but we are just over the time allocated for your presentation, so I'm just going to ask if you could move through the last bits.
I'm moving through I'm just about finished.
Thank you.
Then I hear the concept of net benefit, and that's a concept that should be considered with care. Care about what the benefit actually is and where the benefit actually falls. The core benefit proposed for this proposal or this venture is to reduce the global warming effect, to reduce emissions. But from this scale, from the scale of the problem itself, the benefit of this project would be invisible. The planet will not notice whether this project comes or goes. However, this place will notice. This place will be feeling the impact. The benefits might be small from the global perspective, but the impact will be large from the local perspective. So I finish with this. The proposal compromises current protections and reduces the potential to provide sanctuary through change. It would radically change the character of the coast and the reasons we find so much value in coming here. We need good solutions to combat climate change, but this is not a good solution and should be refused. And finally, we should protect a landscape that can elicit a response like this. This was written by a young girl, a Year 8 girl, a difficult girl. She was on crutches and was able to participate in her camp because of the access provided along the Great South West Walk. So she was able to come into White's Beach and spend some time down there. And this is the poem that she wrote from that. Now, I don't know whether you've ever tried to get a Year 8 girl to write a poem. If you ask or if you demand, this is unlikely to happen, but this is what was drawn out of her by this landscape, and this is what would not be written if these turbines were in place in the escarpment behind her. So I'll let you read that through in your own time, and I'll finish there. And thank you for your attention and for the opportunity to speak to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Meredith. We really appreciate you coming along. Any questions? No, thank you. Submissions are clear. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'll just invite Jack to come and join us. Thank you.
audio file underneath the microphone. Thank you. Peter, do you want to? Good morning.
Good morning. Just before we start, I'm interested you're going to present some visual material to us, is that right?
Yes.
Yes. Has that been circulated in any form?
Not yet. I just read the email yesterday. I haven't been on my computer very much this week, so I'll upload all of these documents after my presentation.
Thank you. From what we can see on the screen, it's photos,
So
any further written material or?
No, so as I speak, there'll be a slideshow of photographs, and I've got one audio file as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So if there are any issues associated with the material coming in at this time, we'll come to you, but thank you.
Yep.
Appreciate them being circulated as promptly as possible.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, good morning, everyone. My name's Jack. I'll keep my presentation short and sharp this morning. I'll just start the slideshow. So I've grown up similar to Hayne in the local area. As a local, as a young local as well, I feel like I represent a lot of people who are... The slideshow is not on the screen. Can I please have some help getting that up? I'll just have to do this. I'll just flick through it manually.
Oh, no, because you want
Oh, yeah, that would be great. Sorry, everybody.
Teams go for you.
So, Teams down there.
That one.
Window.
I think it's there, but try now.
No. All right, well, we'll just imagine my photographs. Thank you very much. As a local, I feel like a lot of people really value this place. With this project, I'm really conflicted because we sit here in the midst of a global climate crisis, and I've grown up in the kind of pointy end of this. So we do need to transition globally to renewable energy and move away from fossil fuels. I'm very passionate about that. However, I personally think that the risk to biodiversity is really great with this project. So I have worked and spent a lot of time out in the Swan Lake and Kentbruck area throughout my years. And it's, just like Hayne mentioned earlier, it's an area of immense biodiversity richness. So these places of wilderness are quite often really far away from large towns like Portland. We've got 10,000 odd people here. And the Kentbruck and Swan Lake areas are amazing. So we've got I'm sure you've heard of the Ramsar wetland site that is right adjacent to the Kentbruck area. This place is internationally significant, especially for migratory shorebirds. So these birds travel from sometimes places like Russia on the other side of the world, and they depend on the uninhibited highways, essentially. So we do need to transition to renewable energy, but I think that the locality of this green power hub is actually really detrimental to the ecosystem. So yeah, it's a really complex issue, and I've had many discussions with people in my circles about this, and people that are really passionate about climate change are quite conflicted, and there's a lot of division about projects like this. So for some examples, in terms of environmental risks, in terms of specific species, I can list a few now. The yellow-tailed black cockatoo now have adapted to rely on the pine plantations for food. So that was all ancient heathland, and then the pine plantations have now been planted there, which is a monoculture within itself. However, the yellow-tailed black cockatoos have now flourished in this place. I'm a local photographer, and in January I spent a good day out there with a packed lunch and my camera and an audio recorder, following a flock of yellow-tailed black cockatoos around. And I followed them all day. There was about 60 all buzzing around my head. They're amazing birds worthy of protection, and with these turbines to be put up where they depend on now, I think would directly inhibit their lives. So as well as the aforementioned wedge-tailed eagle, we've got the brolga, which is a migratory bird which is quite vulnerable to extinction. They're a beautiful bird, and I think they are really important for the ecosystem. We've got sea eagles, we've got the bitterns Hayne mentioned, and we've also got lots of amazing owls in the area as well that depend on uninhibited flight. We've also got small mammals like the southern bent-winged bat that is facing extinction at the moment. And I think that, yeah, it's not going to do them any good locally if there's giant turbines up there. So this is a really tough one. So we're kind of sacrificing amazing and unique local biodiversity, which is already under many pressures from human beings, and we're kind of putting more obstacles in their way, which is, yeah, not very good at all. So in terms of risk to the community, it is true that the community would benefit from jobs, but this is again speaking economically instead of speaking in terms of environment. And the Discovery Bay Coastal Park and the Ramsar wetland are areas of immense significance. So where we are here in the southwest of Victoria is already under immense industrial pressure. We've got that. We've got Alcoa. We've got the logging industry. We've got like the ab farm. We've got so many industrial pressures, just to name a few. And though a wind farm is renewable energy, it is still another industry that we do already have in the town, and that's just another pressure on a fragile ecosystem. So has anyone been out to Swan Lake here? Has anyone actually been out there? It's a beautiful place. So Swan Lake is just adjacent to the Kentbruck proposal area, and this place is really unique. So apart from the pine plantations, there's absolutely no industry there. It's a real wilderness area, and these places globally, nationally, locally are getting fewer and fewer and fewer. So it's vital that we safeguard these places for future generations. And however, saying that, it is vital we act on climate change. So I understand why so many people who I talk to are so conflicted about these projects. Personally, I too have worked in outdoor education and take groups of students out to the sand dunes. I started taking groups of students out to the sand dunes for Wesley College late last year, and the reactions that the kids had to the sand dunes and the impeded, the view that was just so vast was something that's really, really rare these days. So these students come from Melbourne, generally inner city Melbourne, and in terms of mental health, I think it's vital for people to have the option to go to these areas of like amazing natural beauty. Basically, I think it's very valuable in terms of culture, in terms of conservation, and in terms of mental health. So yeah, it's an amazing place, and I feel very passionate about where I live, and yeah, like no matter what industry it is, no matter if it's gas or wind turbines or solar, it's going to have direct impacts on the ecosystem, and I think that this place is too special to compromise that. I do have an audio file of the yellow-tailed black cockatoo here that will hopefully work. So I'll just give it a go now. Otherwise,
could you just give me an idea of how long that goes for?
I'll play it. It's 2 minutes, but I'll play it for how long?
Very briefly would be great. Thank you.
No worries. Getting it? No. No, it's not working. That's a shame.
Given the tech issues and the time, unfortunately, we might keep moving. But
thank you for listening to me and giving me a platform.
Appreciate you coming along. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you. We just do have one question. So you've got your microphone. Member Wilkinson has a question for you.
Thanks. Thanks, Jack. You talked about, you mentioned how you spent a day out in the plantation and you're observing yellow-tailed black cockatoos with it. Can you just elaborate a bit more on your observations? Were they feeding on pine cones? Or
yeah, so thanks for your question, Lachlan. Yeah, they were feeding on pine cones. There was about, I didn't count exactly. It's so hard when they're all whizzing around. But there was about 60 yellow-tailed black cockatoos, and I grew up out of town here in Portland, and I know what yellow-tailed black cockatoos sound like. But when I was following them when they didn't know I was there, the vocalizations were incredible. Something like, to compare it to another animal that isn't us, I could compare it to the humpback whale. Just so many different types of calls, and it's just like really complex dialogue basically between the birds. So they were flying around eating pine cones. So that's why they're there in the pine plantations. So yeah, they do eat other trees, like she oaks. They eat the kind of nuts on the trees. But here they've adapted to feed on the pines. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now we are going to hear from Ms. Lenahan, who's joining us online. So Ms. Lenahan, if you could put your camera on. Thank you. Welcome.
I'm just going to share my screen if that's okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, all good, thank you. And your screen sharing is working.
Okay, good. Okay, thank you.
And I'll just note, so we're expecting to hear from you until lunchtime. We have a break scheduled at about 11:15, so I'll come to you at a logical time for us to take that break.
Okay. So I have, I think I've got an allocation of 2 hours, and hopefully
That's right.
Yes, thank you. My presentation today is on Brolga, and I've done a bit of work behind the scenes since the commencement of this hearing. At the moment, the Kentbruck environs provide unimpeded breeding habitats for at least 13 pairs of the genetically pure endangered southern Brolga. As an advisory panel, you must only recommend issuing a permit if you know conclusively that 105 turbines standing 270 metres tall, each blade 155 metres long, covering a span of 360 metres, spinning at over 300 kilometres per hour, a mere 600 metres away from crucial Brolga nesting sites, won't disturb, chase or displace a Brolga or cause a Brolga to avoid this crucial breeding habitat area, and so risk impacting its ability to breed successfully in the future. As an advisory panel, you cannot recommend the issuing of a permit if the content on which the permit is based is flawed. If the content is wrong, false, inconclusive, irresponsible, lacking, or cannot be validated and verified in a fair and impartial way, a permit cannot be issued. If the project is in breach of any Wildlife Act, a permit cannot be issued. If there is any question of apprehension of bias or conflict of interest with any peer reviews, authorisations or statements, advice or recommendations that the proponent relies on, a permit cannot be issued. If there is any question in the panel's mind that an 80% reduction in the interim guidelines default breeding home range buffer of 3.2 kilometres down to a mere 600 metres would adversely impact Brolga, this panel must, as the Mount Fines panel did, apply the precautionary principle and recommend at a minimum the interim guidelines default buffer of 3.2 kilometres. The evidence that Biosis has presented to reduce the default buffer by 80% is based on a bizarre theory that for at least 5 months of the year during the breeding season, adult Brolga will only travel as far as the average distance the pre-fledged chicks walk from their night roost to the next day's foraging area, and only for a few days before fledging. This bizarre theory draws on academic references that don't make this claim. This bizarre theory is nothing but a concept. It is not based on fact. And Biosis' 600-metre buffer relies on this theory. When I challenged the expert witnesses about whether Brolga at Kentbruck knew about this theory and the strict 600-metre zone, they stumbled. Mr. Benosta says Brolgas do fly out of the zone occasionally. He said he didn't know how far they flew. And Biosis don't because they haven't done a site-specific survey. Mr. Organ proceeded to tell a panel the exact movements the Brolgas would make during the 5 months or so they were in the breeding habitats at Kentbruck, as if he had lived amongst the Brolga. He said the Kentbruck Brolgas would pop over to one land, then visit another, hang around this spot, then never go out of the zone and never venture into the forest. Mr. Organ referenced the work of Veltman for the basis of his answer. I have lived with Brolga as a young girl growing up. I know they don't stick to the rule book. One pair of native companions, as we called them, nested very close to our home on a rocky outcrop about 250 metres away as the crow flies on our property at Deep Lake, Derrinallum. I would see at least one adult most of the time, and sometimes both would be together. I never thought about where they flew off to or what they were doing. I just loved seeing them. They became part of our farming family at Deep Lake. The proponent stated it did not intend to amend the EES to comply with the 2025 handbook. Instead, they were relying on the interim guidelines, DSE. I think it's an interesting point to make that I don't think they've submitted the interim guidelines to this panel, and I rely on my copy that I've, my document copy that I've got here, which is 268. The proponent claims it complies with the interim guidelines. The interim guidelines require a 3.2 default breeding home range buffer. With the home range being the area a brolga occupies whilst undertaking daily activities. I'm saying daily activities, including breeding, flocking, feeding and roosting. The proponent has allocated a 600 metre buffer, which is an 80% reduction in the protection for the brolga. So the interim guidelines up there, the area that a brolga occupies while undertaking daily activities, including breeding, flocking, feeding and roosting. Biosis, in contrast, define a breeding home range as until the point at which chicks can fly, the area they use is constrained by the distance they can walk. Adult birds protect them during this period, and the zone defined by these activities represents a breeding home range. So right from the get-go, we have got a discrepancy with the interim guidelines. Biosis and Ecology and Heritage Partners claim that an 80% reduction from the guidelines is a conservative approach, and they reference Veltman 2019 to justify their claim. The proponent claims it complies with the interim guidelines, but the basis on which the 600 buffer was developed is not based on daily activities. Biosis 600 metre buffer is based on Veltman 2019, which is not based on daily activities. Veltman 2019 is based on the average distance a pre-fledged chick walks from its night roost to the next day's GPS fix, i.e. one movement per day, not daily movements or daily activities. Directly from Veltman 2019, to understand pre-fledged chicks' movement, distance and habitat use within home range, we calculated moving metrics. We calculated the distance moved from the night roost, 11 o'clock, and the previous or next day fix. We base this on knowledge of daily habitats brolga use night roosts and move out to forage during the day. Biosis and Ecology and Heritage Partners have not done the work. They have not provided any empirical evidence. They have only submitted subjective, opinion-based information with no raw data evidence, and so their conclusions can only be regarded as hearsay. They claim without foundation that 80% reduction in the interim guidelines is a conservative buffer. It is up to the panel whether they accept hearsay evidence as reason to reduce the breeding home range buffer by 80%. If the panel considers it not to be a conservative approach and that empirical evidence has not been provided, they must apply the precautionary principle and retain the default 3.2 kilometre breeding home range buffer. Just to be clear, the interim guidelines default breeding home buffer is 3.2 kilometres plus a 300 metre disturbance setback. And if you go to PDF 7 and PDF 11 and the interim guidelines, it says that. It seems Mr. Venosta and Mr. Organ were confused on whether the 300 metre disturbance setback was included in the 600 buffer or not. The proponent says it complies with the guidelines, but it seems the experts are unsure. The vast majority of the year. For the vast majority of the year, brolgas are either resident of their breeding home range or flocking home range. To adequately protect the brolga for the majority of the year, the interim guidelines require a 3.2 breeding home range buffer plus the 300 metre setback distance and a 5 kilometre flocking home range buffer plus the 300 metre setback distance. Citing the guidelines state, which is what the proponent is basing their buffer on, siting turbines to avoid and minimise impacts on breeding and non-breeding habitats where brolgas spend the vast majority of the year is an important strategy for avoiding potential wind farm impacts. The question the panel must ask is whether Biosis buffer, which is an 80% reduction in the default guidelines, will adequately protect Brolga families for the vast majority of the time they are in the Kentbruck breeding home range area. By understanding the life cycle of the Brolga, one can see that a 600-metre buffer will not protect the Brolga for the 5 months or so it is in residence at Kentbruck. Only in southern Australia and mainly in the western districts of Victoria do you find the genetically pure endangered Brolga species. The northern Brolga in Queensland is different. We've discussed how they're genetically different. At the last count, there is around 22 genetically pure breeding pairs left in the world, and the species is in danger of becoming extinct. Brolgas are monogamous, i.e. they mate for life. Each pair, so that is really important. So if one pair is killed or displaced, there goes one breeding pair. It becomes dysfunctional. Each pair has a certain historical home range, and each year they will choose a suitable nest from that home range to build a nest. Displacement from breeding home ranges and failure to breed are the biggest threats to the survival of the Brolga, and now wind farms pose the biggest threat to that. Post-construction reports show that Brolgas avoid wind farms out to 5 kilometres. Brolgas live for 40 to 50 years, or 30 to 40, or 30 to 50 years, and partner for life. So once a Brolga is killed or displaced, its partner won't breed again, and if Brolgas don't breed, the species will die out. Mr. Venosa confirmed that if one Brolga flies out and is displaced from its pair, they do not remate, and that breeding pair does not breed again. Brolgas protect their young for up to 2 years. If the parents are scared off or killed by the turbines and separated from their young and don't return to their breeding and flocking home ranges, the young will perish and the species will die out. The remaining few Brolga habitats are crucial for the survival of the species, and now wind farm developments are driving the last few nesting pairs of Brolga out of these habitats. And with nowhere else to go, breeding will just stop. 12 wind farms have been built so far inside Brolga home ranges, and 70 nests and 20 flocking sites are no longer used by the Brolga because wind farms has displaced Brolga for 5 kilometres from turbines, and some are killed by collision. If you have an understanding of the life cycle of the Brolga, you know you begin to gain an understanding of why a Brolga needs space and needs kilometres when it's in its breeding home range. The breeding season is approximately from June to November, but can vary according to the season. A breeding home range is where Brolgas undertake daily activities, including nest building or foraging and roosting. So after flocking, the Brolgas return to their breeding home range. They take some time to nest build. It takes Brolgas some weeks or months to choose a nesting site within the breeding home range. To do this, they travel more than 600 metres. Egg laying. Once the nest is ready and it's been built, the female usually lays 2 eggs, and incubation is shared by both adults. Adults can swap to incubate the eggs 4 times a day. So at times, one adult is sitting on the eggs, and at the same time, the adult flies off. Does a Brolga know that it's only got 600 metres to fly off to? I don't think so. They're a wild animal. Incubation. Eggs take about 30 days to hatch. Chick rearing. Chicks start walking day 1. The young are fed and looked after by both parents. One parent stays at the nest whilst the other one flies off to forage. They swap and take it in turns. Some fledged chicks can walk 2 kilometres with their parents. Chicks fledge at 3 months. Juveniles are aged up to 2 years. Juvenile birds are protected by adults for up to 2 years or until the adults breed again. Young adult birds commence breeding at about 2 years of age. So through all of that life cycle, somehow a 600-metre buffer is said to protect them. It won't. We need to know where this 600 metre buffer concept comes from. Under cross-examination, so I'm saying how many days in a breeding pair's life cycle at their breeding home range does a 600 metre buffer protect? 0 days. Under cross-examination, Mr. Venosta confirmed that if an adult brogger flies off and is displaced from its partner, that breeding pair will become dysfunctional. And remember, there's only 22 or so breeding pairs left in the world. Each breeding pair is vital to protect. Mr. Venosta also confirmed that if the adults are displaced from their chicks, the chicks are unlikely to survive. Mr. Venosta is very much aware that any avoidance and displacement from a brogger's historical breeding home range will have a significant impact on the successful breeding in the future. Mr. Venosta states that adult broggers can fly off, but he couldn't say how far they flew and how many times a day they flew. Mr. Venosta conceded that if broggers fly off and become displaced, that breeding pair is rendered dysfunctional. So Mr. Venosta's statement, until the point at which chicks can fly, the area they use is constrained by the distance they can walk. Then adult individuals can fly to locations outside the zone. Are we talking outside the 600 metre zone or outside the 3.2k zone? I don't know. The broggers are wild animals. Mr. Organ, on the other hand, claimed he knew exactly where the broggers flew off to. He turned to the panel and proceeded to explain to the panel desperately his version of a typical day in the life of a Kentbruck brogger, where they would pop over to, which wetland they would visit and which area they would venture into. When I asked Mr. Organ if the brogger at Kentbruck knew about his daily brogger itinerary, Mr. Organ didn't answer me. Mr. Organ stated that he is aware that broggers nest in pine forest, but was adamant they would not venture into the Kentbruck pine forest. So let's have a look at the tracking. Hamish brought up this
Ms. Lenihan, we might break now. I know we started slightly late and that you do have a 2-hour time slot allocated, but we'll break now for 15 minutes. And if we do need to go slightly into the lunch break, we'll do it at that end.
Absolutely fine. Thank you.
Thank you. See everybody back at 11:30. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. I'm just going to, just observing that the room is quite cold and we've been turning the heater off during the sessions to assist with audio. I'm just going to ask for people to let me know, or I'm thinking that might be good for us to leave the heater on and see with the presenter online whether that's
I speak very loudly, so I think I should be able to speak above it.
Thank you. Ms Lenihan, if you're having any issues in terms of
Yep.
room audio, please let us know. But for the comfort of those sitting in the room, we'll try with the heater on, although that may still overheat us depending on how things are regulated. So if I'm happy to just get an indication of whether we're having issues with room temperature. Thank you.
I mean, one option is
To leave this, I agree. I think it would be, would you like the heater on behind us?
I'm happy for it not to be on, but that one perhaps.
Yes, if we could leave this one off behind the committee and leave the other one on for now, that would be great. I didn't check the door when I came in, but I know the door was open earlier as well, so the one to the outside. So if maybe someone could just check if that's closed, and we'll, just see if we can get things a little bit more comfortable for everyone in here. And on that note, I'll hand back to you, Ms Lenihan, to continue your submissions. Thank you.
So I've been testing everyone. I just wanted to, there is a bit of a mistake I've made to date. There is not 22 brolgers. There's actually 200 to 250 pairs of breeding brolgers left in the world. My apologies. That was just a bit of a test for everyone to see if that question came at the end. So understanding the life cycle of a brolger, from egg to adult, we've got DECA's online tracking, GPS tracking of the 4 brolgers in northern Victoria, and they confirmed that the red brolger was a breeding adult. And Hamish put this up yesterday, and what I've done is I've actually gone through month by month. So here we have the movements of a breeding adult during the breeding season of 2024. In May, we've got the brolger obviously coming back to its home range, its historical home ranges in this area, hunting around a couple of areas, deciding on where it's going to build its nest. It likes it down at this area down here in the bottom right-hand corner, but look how far it's travelling. This scale is a 5-kilometre scale. So it's certainly more than 600 metres. In July, it's still venturing down there, but now it's up into the northern part of Victoria, and I'm using the Moama and Echuca spot there as to calibrate where this brolger is going. We're still looking at a 5-kilometre scale on this page. We're now at a 10-kilometre scale, and we can see that the brolger is maybe just making decisions now as to where it's going to nest, unless the nest has already been built, and this is just the movement of the brolger out on a daily basis. It tends to be a bit more concentrated around this area here in August. I think Hamish suggested that it was nesting in August. We've got September, and there's still quite a few movements that the brolger's making during its breeding season in its historical breeding home range. And this is a 10-metre scale, a 10-kilometre scale, excuse me. So the brolger is travelling great. It's a wild animal. It's travelling vast distances. In October, it looks like it's it looks like it's either nesting, laying eggs. It does zip over. This is a 3-kilometre scale. It's going, it popped out for about 6 to 7 or 8 kilometres in a couple of movements. And November, at the end of the breeding season, or maybe not, maybe this was a late breeding season, it's moving into December, it's travelling out again a 3-kilometre scale. It's moving more than 600 metres. So that's a reality of a breeding brolger in a home range during its breeding season. These movements are the vast majority of time it is in its breeding home range. These are the movements a wild brolga needs to be protected. In order to reduce the interim guidelines from 3.2 kilometres down by 80% down to 600 metres, Biosis is required to undertake a site-specific investigation under the guidelines, unless site-specific investigations can show with a high level of confidence the size and shape of home range for a project, then the DSE's default, which is the DECA's default breeding and flocking site home ranges, should be used for the project. So DECA's current GPS tracking shows with a high level of confidence that the brolgas travel many kilometres during the breeding home range. On the 20th of May 2025, during the course of this panel hearing, Biosis informed the panel in document number 112 that it had not undertaken a site-specific investigation. Biosis have not collected the site data to establish brolga breeding home ranges as described at page 64 and 65 Appendix D. And that's the where the extract of the email came from. Instead of a site-specific investigation, Biosis and Ecology and Heritage Partners rely on Veltman 2019 and Veltman 2022. Mr. Organ says turbine-free buffers were derived using the best available site-based information. Recent empirical research on brolga movements, Veltman 2019. Mr. Venosta states the decision was made not to collect further data on the breeding pairs of Mincade and Gorey West, and instead use the small amount of site-based data on the breeding pairs, nest locations, and apply the knowledge of brolga movements at breeding sites, breeding home ranges, and adult movements to derive turbine-free buffers. Again, using Veltman, not using DECA's current GPS tracking. Back to Veltman. Conclusion. Biosis has not done the work, and instead it relies on Veltman 2019 and 2020. So how can Biosis and Ecology and Heritage Partners claim that an 80% reduction in the interim guidelines is a conservative approach? Where on earth did they get this 600-metre distance from? It didn't come from any site-specific investigation. Did the proponent draw up their model first with the maximum amount of turbines that could fit into the space? Then, with no consideration of the protection of the endangered brolga species, did they ask Biosis and Ecology and Heritage Partners to fit the brolga into their model? A 600-metre buffer is based on a bizarre theory. Biosis' 600-metre buffer distance is not based on empirical evidence or GPS tracking of current latest scientific GPS tracking. It is based on a bizarre theory. This 600-metre buffer distance is based on the theory that for many months of the year, a brolga's movements are determined by the distance its pre-fledged chicks walk for a few days of that year. It is far from a conservative approach to designing a breeding home range buffer distance. Veltman 22 shows that a family of brolga will range many kilometres whilst they reside in their breeding home range. I'll get to 22 later. So the second conceptual basis is the 600-metre buffer distance relates to pre-fledged chick movements and only for a few days prior to the chicks fledging. Mr. Venosta says the buffers are designed to protect 3 key habitat areas related to pre-fledged movements. A 600-metre foraging area buffer is required to be applied to known breeding wetlands. Again, pre-fledged movements. What about the adults that travel the kilometres? The Biosis buffer is based on a few days of a pre-fledging movements. I don't know of any credible ecologist who would sensibly argue that the movements of adults of a species over 5 months or more can be measured by the average distance their pre-fledged chicks walk over a few days before fledging, from night roost to the next day forage. Both Biosis and Ecology and Heritage Partners refer to Veltman 2019 and Veltman 2022 as the empirical evidence for their 600-metre buffer. Mr. Venosta says the breeding sites were identified in the Level 2 assessment. Site-specific buffers were applied using field data from Biosis' surveys and knowledge and principles of breeding home ranges of movements from Veltman. So rather than do a site-specific investigation, Biosis relies on Veltman 2019 and 22. Mr. Organ, turbine-free buffers were derived using the best available site-based information, recent empirical research on Brolga movements, Veltman 19 and 22. They keep saying it. That's all they've got. They've got nothing else to base these 600 metres on. They haven't done the work. So let's have a look at this piece of literature that Biosis relies on for its 600-metre buffer. Biosis claims that Veltman 2019 involves scientific work. It does not. Technically, Veltman 2019 is not a scientific paper. It's a literature review by 5 individuals on Veltman's academic thesis, which she commenced and revised in 2018. I think sometimes it's called Veltman 2018, sometimes it's called Veltman et al. 2018. Veltman 2019, which Biosis relies on, seems to be a cut and paste job of her thesis. In her thesis, 2018 thesis, you can see on table 1, where she's got the number of GPS fixes. That same table is replicated in 2019. So there's a lot of cutting and pasting. Veltman didn't do any more GPS tracking work. She used the GPS tracking that she did in her thesis. The Veltman 2019, I'll call it V19 because I get all tongue-tied, claims the following. Parents move within a family unit at breeding sites. Bingo. That's it. That's where the 600-metre buffer distance comes from. The claim that parents move within a family unit at breeding sites. It's a bizarre theory. This vague sentence has morphed into a bizarre theory that walking chicks define a breeding home range buffer. The walking chick theory claims that adults don't leave the site of the walking chicks ever for the 5 months or more during the breeding season. The walking chick theory claims that the average distance a pre-fledged Brolga chick walks from its night forage to the next day first GPS fix can define its movements for the many months it is in its breeding home range habitat. The walking chick theory claims that the average distance a pre-fledged Brolga chick walks from its night roost to its next day first GPS fix can define the movements of a Brolga family, including adults, juveniles, and fledged chicks. For the vast majority of the time, they are at their breeding home range during the breeding season and 22 says non-breeding season. Sorry, Veltman 22 says in the non-breeding season as well. The walking chick theory is not based on daily movements and does not identify how Brolgas forage during the day. Veltman 22 contradicts this theory and shows that Veltman 2019 is incorrect. So Veltman contradicts herself. Mr. Venosta, in his on PDF, once chicks hatch, the family tends to walk together though adults may take occasional flights, particularly to defend their breeding territory. So how does he know that? It all comes back from Veltman. This 600-metre buffer is based on a theory that has no basis, that has no foundation. Veltman 2019. We used the later fledging date for both as we assumed their movements would be restricted until both chicks fledge. Crane chicks and parents move within a family unit at breeding sites and would be unlikely to fly as a group until both chicks have fledged. Well, remember that, and that actually seems to be a cut and paste copy of her 2018 thesis, where instead of she saying we, she says I used the later fledging date for both, as I assume their movements would be restricted until both chicks fledge. Ditto, ditto. So this creation of this theory is coming from some idea that by saying the family moves together, that's it. We only have to GPS track the distance pre-fledged chicks walk. Forget about the rest, because apparently they stay together as a family group. Now, I'm a country girl. I've been to the football. We used to go to the football of the family. But that doesn't mean the whole family at the football stays together. We've got one going off to netball, one going off to play footy, one going off to do goal umpiring, one going to the canteen, one walking with the toddler down to the playgrounds. The family disperses. I'm not a wild animal. A brogger is. It will disperse. Just because a family moves together as a group, it doesn't mean at all times they stay together hand in hand. Veltman's walking chick theory stems from what seems to be a misinterpretation of past academic papers. Veltman travels back in time to two references, Johnsgard, 1983, and a book on Arctic, which I can make out to be a book on Arctic birds by Marchant and Higgins, published in 1993. The references do not state that adults or families are constrained at all times for the many months of a year to the distance their chicks walk. As far as I know, Marchant and Higgins, 1993, is a book on raptors and lapwing birds, not Australian brogger or cranes. Johnsgard, 1983, the Australian crane was discussed in chapter 6, page 141, and this is document number 412. I uploaded. There is no reference to this bizarre walking chick theory in chapter 6. Johnsgard says both sexes incubate, and while one bird is on the nest, the other frequently flies some distance away to forage. Johnsgard says the young cranes continue to be fed by their parents for long as an entire year, but begin to supplement their diet of insects, spiders, mollusks, and vegetable material with independent foraging almost from hatching, which means that they feed themselves as soon as they are hatched. On page 148, Lavery and Blackman reported that the young birds remain with their parents into the third year of their life, although they are, of course, evicted from their nesting territories during the breeding season. Predation, some cause losses of young, in which case the parent bird renests. Second renesting has also been reported, in which case only one single egg is laid. Now, if you go back to Decker's GPS tracking, that is one adult bird. There is no walking chick with that adult bird. It's in its home range. The eggs aren't laid. It's moving around. The 600-metre buffer will not protect it. Marchant and Higgins. Now, I've spent a lot of time trying to find this reference. It is in the Ballarat Library, but I really don't believe that this is the reference that Veltman referred to, because it's not about cranes or brolga Australia. It's about lapwing birds and raptors. And this is the only published article or paper or book that I can find that was published in 1993. to me, this is obviously not the reference Veltman was referring to, because as far as I know, as I said, it's not about Brolga or cranes. So given that the IAC, I didn't ask for this, I did yesterday morning and hence I've updated it, but I think I was dismissed with John's Guard. I've just been dismissed with a lot of things. I didn't think I'd get a book produced by the proponent. But it's really Veltman's theory comes from relies on these two papers or these two articles. And Biosis 600-metre buffer relies on Veltman. So it is integral that both references are well understood. And I would ask that perhaps the proponent, seeing that both Mr. Venosta and Mr. Organ rely on Veltman, that if they could provide that reference that Veltman uses, that would be of great assistance. So what I'm saying, unless the proponent can supply this reference, it appears that Marchant and Higgins 1993 must be considered either hearsay or a red herring. Remembering that Veltman was a university student when she wrote this, and I've been a university student, and sometimes we get things wrong at the university. The other thing that might be interesting is to find out who peer-reviewed Veltman 2019, and whether they questioned or whether they had access to Marchant and Higgins 1993. So here's how Veltman and Biosis use this historical reference to create this bizarre walking chick theory. Let's start in the middle with 2019. We use the later fledging day for both, as we assume their movements would be restricted until both chicks fledge. Crane chicks and parents move within a family unit at breeding sites. John's Guard and Marchant. That goes back to 18, the same thing. And then Mr. Venosta says, once chicks hatch, the family tends to walk together, though adults may take occasional flights, particularly to defend their breeding territory. Again, once chicks hatch, the family tends to walk together. They rely on this one line, this sentence. This is the basis of the 600-metre buffer. This one sentence, the family moves together. They've got nothing else to base it on. They haven't done a site-specific survey. All right. So families may travel together as a group, but that doesn't mean, technically the sentence is correct. Yes, they do. A lot of animals travel together as a group, but that doesn't mean an individual bird will fly off on occasion. It doesn't mean that the juveniles stick close to the chicks at all times for 5 months. It doesn't mean that once the chicks fledge, the chick doesn't venture off to other areas over the breeding season. Families may travel together as a group, but that doesn't mean one adult won't fly off to other areas outside the foraging area once the chick is born. What happens before the chick is born? Decker's GPS tracking shows you that the many kilometres an adult, breeding adult will range over a breeding season. Getting myself a bit mixed up here. I think we'll just keep moving on because I'm a bit of a teacher too, so I tend to repeat myself. Let's move on to the next one. Why would Veltman put forward such a bizarre walking theory? Who had an interest in this bizarre theory? Let's go back to the guidelines who introduced the Southwest Victorian Brolga Research Project, which is I uploaded, which is document 15. Again, I had to upload this, not the proponent. The wind industry stakeholders, including the Clean Energy Council and BIOSIS, funded Veltman's initial thesis. The wind industry funded Veltman's thesis, but the question is, who funded Veltman et al. 2019? The second question, who peer reviewed it? It doesn't take much to actually read 18 and 19 to see where does it all come from? Where did this bizarre theory come from? And who paid for it? So the V18 and V19, Veltman 18 and Veltman 19 are based on two false concepts or assumptions. A breeding home range buffer for a Brolga family is determined by the average distance pre-fledged chicks walk. The distance a pre-fledged chick walks can be determined by the average distance it walks from its night roost to the next day foraging area. And you can read that. That's basically what she's saying. Let's go to the middle. The mean distance walked by Brolga chicks in this study could be used as a guide when creating wetland habitats at breeding sites to reduce distances walked by chicks, thereby reducing predation risk and increased breeding success. This is the empirical evidence that BIOSIS is basing it on. Walking chicks prior to fledging, not on adult movements, not on fledged chick or flying chick movements, but on walking chicks a few days prior to fledging. Veltman 18 and 19 claims pre-fledged chick movements can be determined by the average distance a pre-fledged chick walks. So not even the movements of the chicks during the day are used to define this buffer. It's only the distance that the chicks walk from their night roost to their next day fix. Only two fixes, the night fix and the next day foraging fix. Not even the daily movements of a pre-fledged chicks. The contradictions. The problem with the walking chick theory is that it doesn't fit reality, no matter how hard the author tries. V19, PDF 11. This study was limited to pre-fledged chicks' movements at breeding sites. We recognise that breeding adults may range further to forage during nest building, incubation and chick rearing. That is a cut and paste of her V18 thesis. However, it is recognised that breeding adults may range further to forage during nest building, incubation and chick rearing. And then Mr. Venosta, who relies on Veltman 19, I recognise that during the course of breeding attempts, adult Brolgas may fly to locations outside the breeding home range. So the problem with the bizarre theory, it grows and grows with one's imagination. Take the MacArthur Wind Farm, for example. The MacArthur Wind Farm became fully operational in late January 2013. That's just a Google search of AGL. V19 states, one site was at a wind farm. So remember V19, and I think during the time it was written, I've got to, correct me, the proponent or Decker will correct me, but I understand that Veltman was working with BIOSIS at the time, but I'm pretty sure. So it's really interesting that from the 2018 to the 2019, we're now starting to talk about operating wind farms and chick movements. V19 states one site was at a wind farm and the chick was captured post-construction, but before the turbines began operating. So V18 talks about a chick captured in 2012 at the Macarthur Wind Farm provided a unique opportunity to obtain data on a brolga family utilising a wind farm. And then she talks about it again in V18. But in V19, Veltman says one site was at a wind farm and the chicks were captured post-construction, but before turbines were working or operating. Can imagine the wind industry rubbing their hands going, wow, we've got a brolga living amongst the turbines. Well, the turbines weren't working until January, and I'm not sure of the capacity output, but maybe they were turning, as some turbines do when they're just being constructed, and they just run them just to check whether the oil's running through the system correctly. V19, there's a lot of discussion and a lot of graphs on this particular chick that wasn't a walking chick, was a fledged chick, living around Macarthur prior to it being fully operational. And if you look at her tables, Veltman's tables in V18 and V19, you can see that Macarthur wasn't mentioned. So this is a little bit in, but having said that, V19, the wind farm at Macarthur she focused on that in her V19 report about Macarthur Wind Farm, but it wasn't part of the GPS tracking. So it's a little bit make it up as you go sort of feeling, I think, with this V11, this V19 paper. Now, what is Veltman's lived experience of brolga, and what is Mr. Venosta's lived experience of brolga, and what is Mr. Organ's lived experience of brolga for them to recommend reducing the interim buffer by 80% down to 600 metres? What is their lived experience of brolga? They said they didn't consider the Decker mapping, even though they love the idea of the bent wing and the bittern Decker map GPS tracking. Veltman references Mr. Venosta and Mr. Venosta references Veltman throughout their work. It is all very convenient. In 18, she references Venosta et al. 2011, and in 19, she does the same thing. Then, of course, Mr. Venosta relies on, and Biosis rely on Veltman 2019 in Appendix D. Mr. Venosta states he has professional experience or lived experience with brolga. I have carried out many years of regular survey and assessment of wind energy sites related to impacts for brolga and southern bent wing bat, including at the proposed Mount Fines wind farm, the proposed Penshurst wind farm, and the proposed Kentbruck wind farm. His general expertise, again, he focuses on the Penshurst wind farm. And in Mr. Venosta's statement, in Appendix D, I think it is. No, it's, sorry, start again. I'm not reading that very well. Veltman provided assistance and advice of Mr. Venosta's work at Penshurst in 2011. There it is there in the Penshurst Venosta et al. 2011, which is the Penshurst wind farm study. Sometimes it's called Biosis 2011. He notes he uses the expertise of Inga Veltman, PhD candidate, Ballarat University, for field assistance and advice. It seems this past experience provides an interesting insight into Veltman's knowledge of the movement of adults with chicks. Venosta 2011 involved research work undertaken for the Penzance Wind Farm during 2009 and 2011. This Penzance report was prepared and submitted as part of the documentation for the Penzance Wind Farm and subsequently used at Mount Fines. The first draft was written in 2010. The last draft presented at the Penzance Wind Farm panel hearing and the Mount Fines panel hearing was in May 2020, draft 6. Interestingly, the panels did not accept this report as credible. Penzance Wind Farm was denied, and to date, Mount Fines Wind Farm has not been issued a permit. This report, however, reveals that Veltman was involved in providing field assistance and advice for Mr. Venosta in 2011. It's very convenient. Veltman provided field assistance and advice, so Veltman was very familiar with this study and aware of the distances brolgas fly off individually to forage for food during their breeding home range season. Veltman is aware that this study shows brolgas adults are not constrained by the distance a chick walks, and often adult brolgas will take it in turns to fly off and back many kilometres, many times per day. This study shows that at times both adults in fact, had flown off to forage. The study area. The study area consisted of the land contained in the wind farm site out to 3 kilometres, which is the radius of containment. The area was strictly defined and no brolga movements outside the 3 kilometre range were recorded as part of this research project. The data collecting method. Biosis used a questionable on-ground counting method, A1.1.2 point count modelling, which does not quantify the distance birds moved beyond the study area. The brolga movements were calculated by visual observation for 20 minutes at each data point location. The data point locations were based on the proposed turbine sites. An observer would drive to a position, settle for 5 minutes, and then stand, observe and record the following information observed from that data point. The number of brolga, the height above the ground, the horizontal distance they fly, etc., whether the flight was in a single or direction or hovering, that was all noted in their observations. The field work was conducted in October 2009 to February 2010. And although the methodology was deemed flawed, the study did find that brolgas travel many kilometres, at least greater than 3, away from their nests as part of the daily foraging activities. The study found that for the vast majority of the time during October to February, at least one of the brolga had flown off to forage outside the 3 kilometre zone. The radius of containment methodology was questioned by the Mount Fines panel and confirmed by Mr. Venosta under cross-examination. I think I was the person who questioned him, so I put my hand up on that one. I remember it very clearly and his answers. A zero distance was recorded under the following circumstances. So remember, we've got a 3 kilometre, the observer is standing at the point of the turbine and there's a 3 kilometre area of containment that they've obviously mapped out, which is their zone that they're going to observe the brolga in. If the observer knew of a bird, a pair or a chick, but didn't see that pair in the 20 minutes, those brolga data points were not recorded or recorded as zero distance. So they're either not recorded or recorded as a zero distance. If a brolga was sitting on a nest, that brolga data point was recorded as a zero distance. If a brolga moved beyond the 3 kilometre study distance, that brolga data point was recorded as a zero distance travelled, not 3 or 5 or unknown, 0. If the brolga pair is together, but one moves outside the 3 kilometre study area, that brolga data point was regarded as a zero distance. This is this particular counting method that they used. If a known brolga cannot be observed within 3 kilometre area in a 20-minute period, the movement distance is recorded as 0 distance travelled instead of recording it as the distance the actual bird moved. The report contains large movements of unknown movements and is reported as zero distance travelled. This zeroing of movements greater than 3 kilometres form the input parameters of the total percentage calculation of the movement distance findings of the Brolga, and this methodology formed the basis of the Penshurst report by Mr. Venosta. So if we just scroll through the summary, and Hamish went through this yesterday, pair 1, the birds was observed at 100% of the time. Pair 2, 40% of the movements were greater than 3 kilometres and measured as 0. Pair 4, 75% of the movements were greater than 3 kilometres and measured as 0. Pair 6, 4% of the movements were greater than 3 kilometres and measured as 0. Pair 8, unknown how far the birds are because something happened with the observer. It was noted twice that only one bird could be located 5% of the time, but as the observer was stopped, observations were stopped, it is unknown how far the birds would have moved from their nest under normal conditions. Pair 10, 50% of the movements were greater than 3 kilometres and measured as 0. Pair 17, 90% of the movements were greater than 3 kilometres and measured as 0. Pair 19, 62 or 28, it was a bit confusing, of the movements were greater than 3 kilometres and measured as 0. Now, this is the study that Veltman refers to talk about the movement of birds. So this is a reciprocal referencing. Both the Penshurst Wind Farm Planning Panel and the Mount Vines Wind Farm Planning Panel rejected Mr. Venosta's fieldwork and bird counting modelling system. Both Mr. Venosta and Ms. Veltman observed adult brolgas away from their chicks or their nest at various times. They observed brolgas missing from the 3-kilometre area zone often, a large percentage of the observation time. So their lived experience is that brolgas move at least more than 3 kilometres during the day, on occasion, at times, for a large percentage of the time. The brolgas don't stick to this bizarre 600-metre distance. Mr. Organ's brolgas lived experience. So why would Mr. Organ be so passionate about brolgas never travelling further than 600 metres? His lived experience does not match what he has told the panel. Mr. Organ, a director of Ecology and Heritage Partners, says he has 25 years of experience working in the environmental field. Ecology and Heritage Partners submitted the Brolga EES for the Willatook Wind Farm planning permit application, which is document number 413. The Ecology and Heritage Partners reference Mr. Venosta's Penshurst study, which they refer to as Biosis 2011, in which Veltman participated. Document 413, and you can see that during his discussion, he refers to Biosis, and he talks about, given that none of the pairs at the nest monitored during the 2012 and 13 breeding season successfully fledged chicks, there is possibility that the data presented here do not represent sufficient area for brolga pairs to undertake successful reproduction. Ecology and Heritage Partners noted that the missing observations in Mr. Venosta 11, they also recognised that brolgas left the area of observation of 3 kilometres. Ecology and Heritage Partners state brolga have been recorded flying 1.2 to 3.2 kilometres. from their nesting site during the breeding season. Ecology and Heritage Partners highlights the importance of the value of a site-specific survey. It was not always possible to locate both brolgas during visits to nest, with a number of missing observations, as he's talking about biosis 11 here. It was not always possible to locate both brolgas during visits to nest, with a number of missing observations variable between nest. Brolgas not observed may have been present and missed or have moved to areas at which they were not detectable. While it is impossible to know where brolgas are when they are not seen, elsewhere brolgas have been recorded flying between 1.6 and 3.2 kilometres from their nesting site during breeding period. And he refers to Brett Lang, which was later then updated to 2010, I think. So that one was found to be not quite there. So how can Mr. Organ say one thing at one panel hearing, but then when the Kentbruck wind farm requires only a 600-metre buffer to fit all their turbines into the space, suddenly he's saying another thing. In one panel hearing, he's arguing at least 3.2, and in this panel hearing, he's arguing 600 metres. I am confused. Missing observations were present in the data presented in the biosis research study. So he's saying that there's missing observations. However, their impact on the reported home range and radii of containment values was not discussed, nor considered in determining the home range requirement of nesting brolga. So he's just picked apart Venosta 2011, saying that not all the movements were captured, and therefore the radius of containment cannot be used to determine the requirements of the brolga during the breeding home season. So he's saying that there. Both Mr. Venosta and Mr. Organ rely on V19 as the empirical data in lieu of a site-specific investigation. But the walking chick theory of V18 and V19 is not based on all Veltman's GPS tracking data. It also seems that V18 and the conclusions in V18 and V19 are not based on Veltman's lived experience of brolga during her fieldwork with Mr. Venosta during the Penzer study in 2011, or the GPS tracking work of her 2022 paper. Again, Mr. Venosta, we've seen those, I've had them up so many times. Observational GPS tracking studies have shown that nesting adults and their chicks generally stay close to the breeding wetlands containing the nest or to the night roost wetland. That's not true. That's not what he found in Penzas. He found that they flew off during the day, at least a large percentage of the day, more than 3 kilometres. I don't understand. Mr. Organ, turbine-free buffers were derived using the best available site-based information, recent empirical research on brolga movements. Veltman 2019 and 22, but I think Mr. Organ knows better from his research work done for Willatook that they travel at least 1.6 to 3.2 kilometres. So have a look at what the GPS data that Veltman actually used. Remembering that she did the GPS tracking work and was funded for the GPS tracking work for her thesis. So that was all done as part of her thesis. So if we start in the middle, and that's taken from her papers. V18, she states that the chicks were captured at 6 to 9 weeks old when fitted with GPS trackers, page 44, sorry. V18, page 12 in the prefix. 23 GPS transmitter trackers were put on 5 adults, 6 juveniles and 12 chicks. This is what she's saying in V18. Also in V18, her thesis, she's saying 5 adults and 6 juveniles during the non-breeding season and 12 pre-fledged chicks in the breeding season between April 10 and 2012. So that's interesting. V19, what she says is 11 GPS. So in 20, let's jump to 22. V22, she's saying 32 birds were captured. 23 GPS trackers fitted to the same amount, 5 adults, 6 juveniles and 12 pre-fledged chicks. And then in 22, she says that 1 adult and 2 juveniles died. So it brings it back to 20 that were tracked. Then we go to V11. Hang on. In V19, in Veltman 19, which Biosis relies on, she said, no, we've only put 11 GPS trackers on 11 pre-fledged chicks. She forgets the adults and the juveniles that she put the trackers on. If you go to the middle into her quote, we deployed 11 GPS transmitters on pre-fledged Brolga chicks at breeding sites, including one at a wind farm, to investigate movements and home ranges use of Brolga chicks. And again, these are extracts from the 3 papers, V18, V19, and V22. She continues to say, we captured 11 chicks at 9 breeding sites. Then Veltman proceeds with her paper, V19. Remember, this was peer-reviewed, this paper. Although Veltman GPS tracking tracked 23 birds in total, curiously, V19 only reported on 11 chicks before they fledged. It seems Veltman 2022's lived experience of the GPS tracking of all 23 Brolga is very different to the walking chick theory or concept posed in V19. Now, going back to V18, the conclusions that Veltman came up with in the 2018 thesis, revised thesis, she only concluded on the movements of the pre-fledged chicks. She did not conclude on all of the 23 Brolga. She left that to V22 later in 2022. So in her thesis, although she talked about the at one stage she fessed up that she did actually GPS track the 23 Brolga. She never reported on them and she never concluded on them. She only concluded on the pre-fledged chick movements. This, in 2018, this study was limited to chick movements at breeding sites from 6 to 9 weeks of age, even though previously throughout her paper, she admitted that she had GPS tracked the 23 birds. In V19, Veltman says, we captured pre-fledged chicks rather than adults for 2 reasons. To avoid capture stress to adults during an important part of their life cycle. That's supposed to be a dash. That was just a copy, and when I copied it, it came up with an E. That's supposed to be a dash. Sorry, my mistake. So that's a typo. Their life cycle dash Brolgas have generally low breeding success, and to reduce potential impacts to the breeding pair during 2010 breeding season, we branded 8 pre-fledged chicks, which all survived to fledging, demonstrating that this was a safe method. Then she goes on and explains why she only used 11 or only reported on 11 fledged chicks. I can only use the pre-fledged chicks because guess what? Brolga families roost and forage together, quote, Marchant and Higgins. So the data was considered representative of the adult breeding pair and chick movements. So in 2000, for her 2019 paper, even though in her 2018 paper she states she tracked the GPS, the 23 birds, she now says, oh no, we didn't capture the adults because it was too stressful for them. But because Higgins and Marchant say, oh, don't worry, because she claims this book or this paper says that Brolga families roost and forage together, then the adults didn't need to be tracked because we could do it with pre-fledged chicks. So hopefully I'm not confusing everyone here. In 2018, she tracked 23 birds. She says it. In 2022, she says she tracked 23 birds. They were all done for her thesis and funded by the wind industry and others, including Biosis. In her 2019 paper, which Biosis relies on, no, she says she didn't track adults for two reasons. They got stressed during a crucial time in their life cycle. And secondly, a reference says that the Brolgas travel together, so I didn't need to do the adults. V19 relies on vague wording, which appears to be misconstrued from past literature, to recommend that the average distance a pre-fledged Brolga chick walks from night roost to the next day first GPS fix can be used as a guide to the movement distance of all Brolga for the many months Brolga are in their breeding home range. Like the red bird, the red breeding bird that Decca tracked in 2024. She's saying that, oh no, we only need to track pre-fledged chicks. However, Veltman's lived experience of Brolga GPS tracking movements identified in V22 paints a different story. The reality of Veltman's GPS tracking shows that Brolgas range many kilometres whilst they are in resident of their breeding home range. So again, if you go back to her papers, this all stems from Veltman's work. In 2019, she says, we used GPS trackers to study home range movements, habitat use and selection. We captured pre-fledged Brolga chicks on agricultural land used for cropping and grazing. So the data down the bottom, were considered representative of the adult breeding pair and chick movements. Sorry, I'll go back a step. Brolga families roost and forage together, Marchant and Higgins, that I can't find the reference of. So the data were considered representative of the adult breeding pair and chick movements. In 22 paper, which I understand was only to be released in America. So up until 22, the wind industry was relying on Veltman 2019. Then Veltman went over to America and released a paper which described partial movements of Brolgas, and it relied on all of the work that she did for her thesis. And in this, again, she states the number of birds that she tracked. These Brolgas showed partial migratory behaviour with a southwest Victorian population, including resident and migratory individuals. And she goes on to say, and some remaining resident throughout the year. So moving 6 to 30 kilometres and 96 to 111 kilometres between breeding and non-breeding areas, respectively, and some remaining resident throughout the year. Now, that migratory movement, that sort of matched what Redbird was doing in that picture, where it was going from one wetland to another, perhaps, trying to identify which area it was going to build its nest in that year. In 22, Veltman says that some birds remain in the breeding home range for the whole year if the season conditions are right. V22, this study, I think I've missed a page, no. V22, this study has clearly demonstrated that brolgas adopt a wide range of movement patterns and that partial migration exists within a small geographic area, indicating that the species has a flexible movement strategy and can adopt to a variability in habitat and environmental conditions. The findings clarify the varying descriptions, etc. So you can go on to read that. Again, in 22, page PDF 6, these brolga families thus remain resident at or near their breeding area for the duration of the non-breeding season, December to June. So for the vast majority of the year, the two families of brolga remained in their breeding home range. I'm a little bit lost, sorry. V18 and V19 do not analyse or report on the daily movements of brolga. V18 and V19 restrict the data used to the average distance pre-fledged chicks walk from the night roost to the next day GPS fix. V22 does not report on, V22 also does not report on daily movements. It only reports from night fix to the next day foraging area. But even that area, that distance is quite large. V22, we also calculated daily distance moved from roost to foraging areas for the 20 individuals fitted with GPS transmitters as the distance between the night fix and the morning fix, and compared adult and juvenile movement distances for all of the months of availability for each individual. Remembering that V22 stems back from Veltman's thesis, and V19 stems back from Veltman's thesis, paid for by the wind industry. V18, Veltman talks about the mean distance between night roost and the next day fix. V19, again, the mean distance from the night roost locations. So this, she doesn't talk about daily movements, which is what's required in the interim guidelines, which the proponent claims it is adhering to. No, these are only the movements. This is like saying to the boss, oh, you know, how hard did you work today? Oh, I worked really hard. I got out of bed and had breakfast. That was my daily activities. That's what she's basing it on.
Ms. Lenihan, I'm just going to do a time check with you. I know that we started a little bit late and I anticipate you'll be presenting until about 1:15, and I propose that we break for lunch then. I'm just mindful that you're about a third of the way through your presentation, so I just wanted to, I know that you'll be looking at the clock, but I just wanted to give you a time reminder.
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you for your prompt. In V18 table 5.1 and V19 table 1, Veltman notes the number of GPS fixes that she used to define the movements. So from all of the 70 or 80,000 GPS fixes that she did collect over the 3 years, she's used these, which are the average movements, average fixes. Now, all of those tally up to 800 GPS fixes. Now, there's 2 fixes a day for 1 movement. So 800 fixes is equivalent to 400 movements. In other words, from a fix at night to the next day's forage is 2 fixes, 1 movement. So there's the 400. Now, that 400's come up again, I think, later. The conceptual basis 3 is that the movement of brolga during the breeding season is based on only a few days of the walking chick data before they fledge, not for all of the movements of all of the brolga during the time during the vast majority of the time they are in their breeding home range. And she does this by using a thing called a behaviour change point analysis. So when she's looking at all of the GPS tracking, she notes she's watching the walking chicks, and when those walking chicks start to show more movement, more angular movement, then she says, "Oh, they're fledged. Bang! I'll stop reporting on them." So Veltman herself knows that when the chicks fledge, they range greater. By the very nature of the behaviour change point analysis is evidence that Veltman knows that at the point of fledging, they move a lot forward, move a lot further. Now, remembering they are still in their breeding home range. They're fledged chicks in their breeding home range. So, but all of Veltman's papers, V18, V19 and V22, are chick fledging sensitive. V18 and V19 stops the GPS analysis at the point that they fledge, whereas V22 actually starts the GPS analysis at the point they fledge. V18, only the data from the pre-fledge period were used for the movements. Pattern, home range and habitat selection analysis. I determined the most likely fledging date using behavioural change point analysis. V19, we determined the most likely fledging date using the behavioural change point analysis. V22, the fledging date for these individuals was determined by the behavioural change point analysis. Veltman is very aware that the behaviour and the flight and the duration and the distance of the chicks change when they fledge. Veltman also uses the word restricted. I use the later fledging day for both adults, as I assume movements would be restricted until both chicks. So using the word restricted means that her analysis is on restricted behaviour. Excuse me. Now, Veltman 22, I don't think was supposed to be discovered. It was submitted, it was after the Willatook hearing and submitted before I think it was published at the end of, was after the Willatook, but before the Mount Fines. And now, and it wasn't used in the Mount Fines panel hearing, but now it seems that it is used. But Mr. Venosta and Organ claim that, oh no, it's migratory movement, but it's actually not. Veltman 22 mapping identifies two families of Brolga, blue and grey. And I'll just quickly you can read through those as homework. Here we have Veltman's graph. Sorry, this is my mistake. I wonder if I've got it in the pre-page. Yes, I have. So at the bottom of that, you'll see the reference. It's just the pages when I'm doing this in the middle of the night. On the left-hand side, we've got V18, which is Veltman 18, PDF 97. And the map to the right is Veltman 22, PDF 7. And as you can see, both maps are the same. So again, Veltman 22 is almost a cut and paste of her thesis. So the one on the left is V18, and the one on the left is V18. The one on the right is V22. Veltman says that the grey bird and the blue bird remain resident at their breeding home range throughout the entire year. Brolgas captured east of Hopkins River and Calabro, undertook partial migration defined as a fraction of the population moving between breeding and non-breeding areas, and the others staying resident at non-breeding sites. These individuals moved 20 kilometres on average between non-breeding and breeding sites, or remained resident within non-breeding areas throughout the year. So they remained at their breeding home range throughout the year. Juvenile broggers east of Hopkins River moved shorter distance out of their non-breeding range than into the others. And again, that was in 18. In V22, she says the same thing. Broggers captured east of Hopkins River and Calabro were resident rather than migratory, moving 5.7 to 30 kilometres on average in and out of their non-breeding area, and many pairs with chicks stayed at or near their breeding areas throughout the non-breeding season. And if we blow this again, that's just evidence. I'm looking at that's the label to this next, to the label to the mapping. And if you can see, the grey brog and the blue brog remain in this area throughout, remain in their breeding home range throughout the non-breeding season. They're partially migratory. That's what she found in V22. So why is DECA so supportive of V19? Why doesn't DECA understand that the conceptual basis of V18 and V19's bizarre walking chick theory is unsound? The conceptual basis is being, this is the one that Mr. Venostas said, the 600 metre, that his buffer has the same conceptual basis as Veltman 2019. So what are they? The conceptual basis is that one movement per day from night roost to the next day GPS fix represents daily movements. Number two, for the entire breeding season, adult broggers are confined to the distance their pre-fledged chicks walks. Conceptual basis 3, the movement of brogger during the breeding season is based on only a few days of walking chick data before chicks fledge. Why are they running with this scientific unsound theory? Are they protecting the golden goose and therefore protecting the basis of the handbook? DECA is not an innocent bystander simply giving advice in this hearing. DECA is integral in allowing BIOSIS to believe that it can reduce the interim guideline buffer by 80% without undertaking a site-specific investigation, simply by referencing Veltman's walking chick theory. The decision was made not to collect further data on the breeding pairs, and instead we use a small amount of site-based data on breeding pairs, nest locations, and apply the knowledge of brogger movements at breeding sites, breeding home ranges, and adult movements to derive turbine-free buffers, relying on Veltman 2019. Questions need to be asked of DECA's involvement in BIOSIS's 600 metre buffer. BIOSIS has not undertaken a site-specific survey based on DECA's advice. BIOSIS has plenty of time over 7 years to do the work, but I believe they have taken the risk that the panel would accept their version of the interim guidelines and use DECA to permission Veltman 2019. Why is DECA not using its current scientific live GPS tracking data to determine brogger breeding home ranges? Why is DECA ignoring the live scientific tracking evidence to determine how far a breeding adult moves during the breeding season? Why is DECA ignoring the live scientific tracking data currently being implemented in the Kentbruck area from submitter 82, Hamish, to determine how far brogger moves during the breeding season, although they did accept a couple of the movements in that email, I understand. DECA seems supportive of live GPS tracking of bent-wing backs and Australasian bittern, so why not the brogger? Is it because the current tracking of broggers show that broggers travel more than Veltman's walking chick theory? Does DECA's current live GPS tracking mapping expose the absurdity of Veltman 19's walking chick theory? Does DECA believe the rollout of the government wind farm agenda is more important than the survival of an iconic Australian species? What is DECA's involvement in the technical reference group? Did DECA chair the TRG? Did they lead the agenda? Was the TRG a loose cannon making decisions without accountability and without drawing on the expertise of their staff? What did their staff say? The staff identified that only GPS points were used, whether they're GPS points or movements. That's what they're saying. They've already identified that with concerns their internal staff have. Hamish was able to do an insert from another document that showed DECA's concerns that the draft foraging area may not adequately consider the scientific uncertainty regarding adult Brolga home range requirements. They're saying that there is scientific uncertainty in her buffer suggestion. Document number 170, is on record as a complaint of apprehension of bias of DECA's agreed use of Veltman 19 instead of a site-specific investigation. DECA has ignored document 117, said they cried, "Don't look at us. We only give advice." I repeat my complaint. Given the revelations exposed by submitted 82 in document number 130, I apprehend reasonably bias in BIOS's reliance on Veltman's 2019 thesis to vary the default Brolga breeding home range buffer from 3.2 kilometres down to 600 metres. Document 124. In document number 24, the proponent directed the panel and all parties to pages 64 and 65 on Appendix D to justify why a site-specific investigation was not required to vary the interim guideline default Brolga buffer by 80%. They're relying on DECA. They haven't done the work. They've taken a risk. We'll run with 600 metres because we didn't provide the guidelines that the panel won't find out. They'll just believe us because we've got barristers on our side. The guidelines, page 60, Appendix D, BIOS states, the guidelines recommend that a proponent should meet with DECA to discuss turbine-free buffer design and for advice on considering the latest understanding on Brolga behaviour. If site-specific buffer distances are proposed, they should be agreed by DECA. BIOS is relying on DECA to justify why a site-specific investigation was not done, and DECA is saying they agree with BIOS's reasoning for not undertaking a site-specific investigation. It's circular. Rather than undertake a site-specific investigation, BIOS has relied on DECA to agree to an 80% reduction in the default buffer without doing the work, because I believe doing the work would show that Brolgas range further than 3.2 kilometres during the breeding season at Kentbruck. I've talked about my apprehension of bias. Now, this graph was submitted at Willatook and Mount Fines. At Willatook, the proponent said, "Oh no, Veltman's GPS data can't be mapped. You know, that's rubbish." Then at the Mount Fines panel hearing, they accepted that Veltman can map her GPS tracking. I think one of Hamish's slides yesterday showed that Veltman submitted her mapping to the Dundonald Advisory Council or something. I've just got to go back and study that more closely. The interim guidelines considers three important points. Potential wind farm impacts on the Victorian population. The 3 points: direct effects, particularly mortality resulting from collision. Number 2, indirect effects, including a habitat avoidance and barrier effects. And I think that you would understand the barrier effect of the fledged chick that flew from Kentbruck through to South Australia across the footprint of the proposed wind farm. That would create a serious barrier effect for that particular fledged chick chicks' movements. So let's compare the pair. Let's compare the guidelines to what Mr. Venosta says is important. Mr. Venosta uses a document from 2003. He says that the main threats to the brog include loss of shallow fresh water, breeding habitat mainly due to drainage for agriculture, collision with fences and power lines, and nest and chick predation. He doesn't talk about the indirect effects, including habitat avoidance. Does that mean that the 600-metre buffer is only buffering chicks while they walk? It's not buffering flight of birds? That's sort of what comes to mind when I first looked at it. The guidelines is very clear on an indirect impact. Indirect impacts of wind farms developed on broggers may include, but are not limited to, displacement, where suitable habitats become unavailable if broggers avoid approaching turbines or associated infrastructure. Loss of habitat from wind farm construction and turbines create barriers to movement. So the indirect impact is very important, and Hamish was able to bring up post-construction reports where broggers avoid wind farm areas out to 5 kilometres, and only if the wind farm was working at a 30% capacity factor did they consider coming a little bit closer. The indirect impact of displacement, causing failure to breed, is one of the most significant impacts identified by the Brogger Guidelines Scientific Panel. I did a word search of Appendix D. The word displace, displaced, or displacement didn't come up. I did a word search of Appendix D of the phrase failure to breed. It didn't come up. Appendix D did not focus on displacement or failure to breed. My question is, are they only concerned about a walking chick hitting a turbine and getting knocked out? I don't know. That's what their theory is based on. Biosis did not do a site-specific analysis, so what work did they actually do? Biosis has clearly and honestly stated by way of document 112 that it did not undertake a site-specific investigation and instead relied on Veltman. So what work did they do? It seems Biosis did not have the fieldwork skills to conduct a site-specific survey. Instead, they relied on Veltman. If you look at the bottom, the general recommendation in the guidelines for proposed site-specific buffers is to collect site-based data on the location of breeding pairs, their nesting wetlands and chicks. These data are aimed at collecting data to estimate brogger breeding home ranges. Previous observation studies clearly demonstrate the challenge of collecting sufficient data for robust home range estimations due to breeding success failures or breeding site abandonment. So it was obviously too challenging for Biosis to underdo a site-specific investigation, but it wasn't challenging back in 2011 for the staff who were involved in the observation work at Penshurst, but for Kentbruck, it was too challenging. Oh no, we can't do it. We're going to rely on Veltman. Biosis has undertaken post-construction site investigations for Yambuck, Condrington, Stockyard Hill wind farms. So what is Biosis' excuse for not doing a pre-construction site-specific investigation for Kentbruck? It states it's too challenging. It seems Biosis was unable to access binoculars or a high-powered camera or even drones to observe, photograph and record brogger movements from a safe distance. Biosis claimed that it's too difficult to collect sufficient data for a robust home range estimation. But Biosis did find that over the 13 days of roaming fieldwork observations, broggers were not, I asked Mr. Venosa this, broggers were not within 600 metres of their nest for part of the time, indicating that the brogger family members had flown outside of the strict 600 metre zone. And this reconciles with Ecology and Heritage Partners reports at Willatook. And I've read that before. I won't read that again. Biosis' level 1 and 2 assessment of the Kentbruck area, Mr. Venosta concluded that brolgas may fly off to locations outside their breeding home range. Mr. Venosta concedes that adults do not remain with their chicks at all time and do in fact fly off outside their breeding home range. Mr. Venosta's statement contradicts V19 walking chicks, but concurs with V22 that brolgas are partially migratory and some brolga families remain resident in their breeding home range for the entire year, including during the non-breeding season. Adult brolgas, Mr. Venosta, adult birds protect them during the period, and the zone defined by these activities represent the breeding home range. That's not what the guidelines say. Then he says adult individuals can fly off to locations outside the zone. So it's all sort of jumbled up. They cover themselves. They're saying they contradict themselves right through. Mr. Venosta continues to concede that adults don't always stay with their chicks and fly off to forage outside the zone, but because a site-specific investigation was not undertaken, Mr. Venosta is unable to say how far they fly. He talks about observational studies. What observational studies? The GPS studies Mr. Venosta is referring to is Veltman's GPS tracking, but what are the observational studies that Mr. Venosta casually refers to? I think I presented this in my cross-examination. This is straight out of Appendix D, and it shows that there was 22 days of observation, of which 13 days were roaming surveys. The level 1 assessment requires a comprehensive understanding of all brolga within the radius of investigation. Step 1, undertake desktop studies into known and potential habitat areas. Biosis subcontracted the database search component out to Brett Lane and Associates. And the database search was undertaken 10 kilometres of threatened VBA searches by Brett Lane and Associates from approximately the centre line of the study in September 18 out. So again, I don't know whether Biosis actually did their own work or whether they relied on the BLA database. But the limitations of Brett Lane's BLA database report had no detail. The BLA 2018 report had no detail on the brolga records beyond information on the total number and the most recent records. BLA 2018 note limitations to the database search due to technical issues at the time of the request. The Biosis 2019 VBA database search was limited to 5 kilometres rather than 10 kilometres. However, the 10 kilometre search area of the BLA formed part of the overall level 1 assessment. So the guidelines, I think, I'm pretty sure says 10 kilometres, but they only did 5. And relying on a database that had technical issues at the time. It seems Biosis relying on an incomplete database as part of its level 1 and level 2 assessment. And because a comprehensive database search was not undertaken, a site-specific survey should have been triggered. And because a site-specific investigation was not done or not triggered, the default interim guidelines must be used. You can't jump, you can't miss bits. Level 1 assessment, step 2, undertake field inspections and local community consultation. Now, Mr. Venosta, under cross-examination, admitted that he didn't receive any objective surveys from the proponent. The proponent states in document number 124 that Biosis did not consult with any community members within a 10 kilometre radius. The proponent has not undertaken any community consultation surveys for Brolga. I asked for that very early on in the piece, and the proponent refused to provide any information, which leads me to think, yes, I'm correct. The proponent didn't do anything. Mr. Venosa concurs that Biosis did not obtain or access any objective community consultation surveys or data from level 1 and level 2 assessments. He didn't receive anything from the proponent. Here's an example of Ecology and Heritage Partners survey that was mailed out to people for the Swanson Lane wind farm near Garvock. And as you can see, there were specific questions. Have you observed any brogger flocking on your property? If so, where? Using lat, long, whatever, when and how many? Very objective surveying. Any other comments relating to brolga, birds or bats? So this was mailed out to all individuals within so it was Garbock, so it was Terang, people in Terang right out to the sisters and around. So it was well and truly 10 kilometres to get objective data back. This was not done at Kentbruck. What was done was and this is what wind farms do, they have community information days where people come along and have a look at the maps and ask a few questions. But as far as I understand, there was no objective surveying done about brolgas during these meetings, these information sessions. So Biosis's community surveying was not objective, it was purely subjective based on hearsay. Biosis community surveying involved a handful of people, including DECA staff, the host landowner of the Pine Forest Manager, and a person from South Australia. And you can read that on PDF 30 of Appendix D. Biosis community consultation was purely subjective or a hearsay consultative method. And because comprehensive objective community consultation was not undertaken, a site-specific investigation should have been triggered. And because a site-specific investigation was not triggered or not done, the default interim guideline buffer of 3.2 kilometres should apply. Biosis admits the limitation in its methodology, PDF 49. It is possible that some landowners with records were not in attendance at the community sessions and that some known or potential brolga habitats are not captured by the Biosis brolga assessment. Of course they're not. If they're not going to ask an objective survey, they're going to be missed. Community consultation forms a large component of Biosis brolga reporting, yet the VBA search was limited due to technical issues at the time. The VBA database search was limited to 5 kilometres and the 10-kilometre database search by BLA was deficient because of technical difficulties. A field inspection of short duration by the roadside is likely to miss the brolga for 13 days out of the 7 years, and I think it was done on the roadside. I think I missed that. You'll read about that, but I think it was taken on the roadside. Objective community consultation was not undertaken. Community consultation was ad hoc and based on hearsay conversations. Brolga sightings by private landowners can be overlooked. In conclusion, not all brolga occurrences were captured in the radius of investigation. These limitations show that Biosis did not undertake comprehensive community consultation as per the interim guidelines and did not implement a site-specific investigation. As Biosis has not taken a site-specific survey, the proponent must adopt the default 3.2 buffer. And I've highlighted all those limitations there where Biosis states that in their limitations on PDF 13. In their level 2 assessment, Biosis had ample time over 7 years to conduct comprehensive database search and objective roaming surveys, an objective community consultation surveying program and a site-specific investigation, but they chose not to. Instead, they rely on questionable concept outlines in Veltman 2019. the aerial studies are deficient. The aerial surveys provided coverage of such areas through a single season survey is unlikely to capture all likely breeding sites. Deficient roadside inspections. Limited field survey effects was undertaken in the agricultural area in the eastern part of the project area between the Boiler Swamp and the Hayward Terminal. It is possible suitable habitats and records within this area were not completed. Sorry, I jumped a bit there. I'll go back. Limited field studies were taken in the project area between the Boiler Swamp Road and the Hayward Terminal. Apart from roadside inspections, it is possible suitable habitats and records within this area were not completely captured. Community consultation and discussion with a local ornithologist were used to further develop presence of brolga in their habitat. It seems that the roadside inspection occurred either in the car or while standing on the road. This is a roaming survey. The deficiencies in the field survey should have triggered a site-specific analysis, or BIOSIS should have applied the precautionary principle themselves and stuck with a 3.2 kilometre buffer. But no, to account for the remaining uncertainty of suitable breeding wetland presence and the possibility of unaccounted potential breeding wetlands within 3 kilometres of the project, guess what? They rely, down the bottom here, on the size based on known breeding, nesting and roosting wetland sizes from the current surveys, Veltman 2019. And Veltman, from all her walking chick theories and averaging of the distances and night roost to foraging area, come up with a measure of 442 metres. So maybe that's why BIOSIS are saying their 600 is conservative. I don't know, maybe that's what they're saying. It seems, although BIOSIS had 7 years to do the work, I believe either they're always going to rely on Veltman 2019 or doing the work which show that brolgas residing at the Kentbruck during the breeding season range further than 600 metres. Now, in Appendix 54, they note these They note these database searches. It seems that BIOSIS or DECA or both are not working for the good of the protection of the endangered brolga, because ecology consultants are required, as I understand it, are required to log brolga nesting sites onto the VBA within two years of the sighting. If the breeding sightings were uploaded as required, there will be 10 VBA breeding records within 2 kilometres of the Kentbruck wind farm. It seems that BIOSIS and the VBA system, which is DECA, have both failed the endangered species on this occurrence. So what I've just gone to Appendix D, PDF 61, and had a look at the southeastern part of the wind farm, where the brolga breeding records confirmed are labelled. Now, these records show that in 2021 there was a brolga sighting in 2000. Number 5 was sighted in 2021. Number 6 brolga was sighted in 2021, and number 7 there was 3 sightings in 2020, and number 8 there was 4 sightings in 2020. Now we're in 2025. That's 4 years after these sightings. Why haven't they been uploaded to the VBA site? It's so deceptive to be able to say that without any clarification or explanation or comment. Oh, by the way, that's not quite correct, because there were sightings, they just haven't been updated. Well, who didn't update them? Either BIOSIS didn't or DECA haven't. Biosis identified
Ms. Lenihan, I'm just going to let you know it's 1:11. We are going to break and your time for submissions will be finished in about 5 minutes.
Yep.
We do have a question for you, so I'm just going to ask you to wrap up in the next few minutes and then we'll ask our question and then we'll break.
I think what I might do, you can read all that. I'm just going over, that's very easy. I just think I might just follow down to Biosis. I'll just do my summary at the end, if that's okay, and you can read through it. And I would like to, if I can, submit it. And I'm still thinking about 22 birds versus 250 birds, so I will ask Amy to update it again, or you to update it. Biosis haven't done the work to reduce the interim guideline default buffer by 3.2 kilometres down to by 80% down to 600 metres. Biosis contracted out a third-party database search, conveniently suffering technical difficulties at the time. Biosis did not use any objective community consultation for its level 1 and level 2 assessment. Biosis fieldwork and roaming surveys seem to have been conducted from a car on the roadside. Biosis staff seem to lack the skills and resources to observe birds from a distance. Biosis has identified at least 13 nesting sightings within 3.2 kilometres of the turbines. And I quickly go back to that, and I think if you look there, I've scaled that between that turbine and that corner as 500 metres. So for homework, scale out that distance and you'll find that it's within the 3.2 kilometres. That's homework for everybody. Biosis has not shown due diligence and not followed up to ensure that the VBA is current. Biosis admits that they have not undertaken a level 3 site-based investigation to identify the distance Kentbruck brolgers range whilst in residence in their breeding home range during the breeding season. Biosis has not used DECA's current live GPS tracking of brolga to identify the range of movements during the breeding season. Biosis has not used all DECA's GPS tracking of the brolga in the Kentbruck area. Biosis is relying on Veltman 19, an academic paper with questionable theory on brolga buffer distances. Biosis buffer is not based on the daily activities of brolga whilst in residence at their breeding home range. Veltman 19 is not based on daily activities or movements and does not identify how far brolgas forage during the day. Veltman 19 is based on the average distance a pre-fledged chick walks from its night roost to the next day's GPS fix. Veltman 19 is not based on the majority of the time brolgas are in their breeding home range. Veltman 19 is based on the movements pre-fledged chicks walk for a few days prior to for a few days of their life cycle. Biosis is relying on DECA to permission the use of Veltman 2019 instead of a site-specific investigation. Biosis is has not considered that the Kentbruck area meets the criteria of partial migration area as identified in V22. Now, I'm just going to flick through this. It'll take me 5 seconds. What I have done during this panel hearing, I've been a little bit incensed by the use of Veltman 19, as you can imagine, as you know, and so what I've gone to do for your information and education, I have summarised V18, V19, and V22, and put them together. Tried to pick out the emphasis that she used, the contradictions, and quite a fair bit of information that you may like to refer back to as a summary of her, I'm calling it false assumptions, Veltman's false assumptions on breeding home range. Maybe I should say alleged false assumption, I might do that. She came up with a 442 buffer based on average distance pre-fledged chicks move from night to morning a few days before they fledged. And I've tried to pick out the eyes of the 3 papers, put them together and just generate some questions and hopefully concerns that Biosis buffer of 600 metres is not based on empirical evidence. It's based on theory. That's based on academic papers that don't actually talk about the theory. Okay.
Thank you, Ms Lenihan. We have a question for you, and I'll hand to Member Wilkinson to ask that.
Thank you, Ms Lenihan. The panel was aware of one fatality that's been caused by with broggers that's been caused by collision with wind farms. Early on in your presentation, you referred to multiple fatalities. Now, do you have information that supports that statement?
I can only generalise and refer back to Hamish's presentation yesterday, where at MacArthur there was a number of broggers, but they were outside the radius of investigation. But my emphasis today was on displacement.
Thank you, Ms Lenihan. No further questions from the IAC, and I thank you for coming along to present to us and providing us the material that you have.
And if it's okay, I would like just to amend that 22 breeding pairs left in the world to 200 to 250 breeding pairs left in the world, if I may muck you around just for one more time.
So substituting with a corrected document, is that what you're suggesting? Yes, thank you. I'm happy for you to do that.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. So there's a few matters we just need to run through before we break for lunch. And I just wanted to note some of the documents that have come in. So we do have an updated or an amended submission for the Nature Glenelg Trust document 420 that was correcting some minor errors in the document that was circulated yesterday. From the IAC to the proponent, the questions that I mentioned this morning relating to the Nature Glenelg Trust submission have been circulated as document 450. We do have comments from Council on the Environmental Management Framework document 451, and we have received hearing submissions for this afternoon from John Tuck, document 453, and from Lex Chalmers for tomorrow, document 454. Confident that parties are doing their best to circulate documents as directed by the IAC, but remind everybody to please do your best to get them in by midday the day before they're due. So the time has passed for tomorrow's submissions, and if there are any outstanding, I ask that they come in as quickly as possible. I also just note the IAC did receive and approve a request from DECA and Parks Victoria to for an extension to provide their comments on the project documents by tomorrow instead of today due to an unforeseen personal matter. So the IAC has accepted that request. And running through this afternoon's parties, we are hearing from Stephen Liddickert, Gordon Stokes, Shia Ratuma, Jonathan Tuck, Warwick Biggs and Francis Thompson. And I note that Mr Biggs and Ms Thompson have been able to move forward, so we had a slight gap in the timetable. We'll be able to sit as a rolling timetable. And I do know that correspondence has just gone to parties advising that tomorrow morning we start at 10:20. I just wanted to take the opportunity to note that before we do rise for lunch as well. So unless there are any matters we need to cover, we'll break now.
Not for our part, thank you.
Thank you, and we'll come back at 2 o'clock, so slightly shorter lunch, but just to keep things moving. Thank you very much.
Hi Viva, it's Amy here from Planning Panels. How are you? I was just going to let you know you're still sharing your screen, so you may want to stop the screen sharing.
Oh, thank you very much. Did it work?
Yes, no, that's great. Thank you, Viva.
I hope everyone was eating pies and they couldn't concentrate on my screen. Thanks, Amy. Oh,
No, don't
thank
worry.
you, bye.
Okay, bye.
I'm doing it because I had to update something. For the panel's allowed me to do one more last thing, and then I will never bother you again. And thank you for all, and thank you very much for all your patience with me. Appreciate it.
Oh, not a worry, Viva. Just when you send in your updated presentation, just let me know which one slide or two slides that you've changed, and then I'll just switch those in and out.
It's right through, as you would say. I was just fucking around. So I'm just going to do a B3, another two versions, B3 and B3 copies of both. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Not a worry.
Okay,
Thank you.
bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We'll be hearing from Mr. Liddickett, and I invite you to come and sit at the table. Or are you joining us online? Apologies if I'm... Just check my... I was expecting him to arrive in person, so we'll...
Hi, Chair. It's Amy here. I do see that there is a Stephen Liddickett in the attendees, so I suspect he could be appearing online.
Thank you. So, Mr. Liddickett, if you're able to... Oh, yes, I can see your button on the screen. If you could please turn your camera and microphone on, and we'll check everything's working. Wonderful. Thank you, and welcome, Mr. Liddickett. I'll just get you, yes, to speak, and we'll check that's all working.
Well, thank you, Chair Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Liddickett. I'm happy to hand directly to you to take us through your submission. Thank you.
Okay, well, I have slightly amended the submission, and in its final form, is it possible to send that through after I've completed this process today?
So you will be sharing a version?
It's the same version, but simply put, I can't cover it to the extent that I was hoping to in the time that I have. And I'd just like to know that what I don't get to say now is tabled as well.
Yes, thank you. We'll read the material that you've circulated for your presentation.
Okay, thank you.
So just to clarify, are you saying that there is an amended version that you're circulating, or is it the version that we already have?
It's close to, but it was it's fuller than than what has already been tabled. But I had speaking notes there that pretty well covered those items that I wanted to, but I just hadn't formalised them into my submission. So,
thank you. No, that's clear.
Just make for a better flow of reading, if I can send the latest version after this. And having said that, of course, there's going to be more here that I can read in 20 minutes, so I'll omit some. Anyway, I'll start.
Thank you.
Now, while the proposal is significant in addressing the state's future power needs, benefits from being located in high wind exposure area, and is primarily sited in land previously cleared for timber plantations, its merit diminishes quickly when evaluated against various other considerations that would be adversely affected or degraded. The probability of successfully meeting the considerable challenges scoped out by the Planning Minister for the EES in 2020 is about as plausible as the notion of effectively obscuring 270-metre high wind turbines in a plantation of pines averaging 30 metres high. The extensive period taken to complete the EES, whilst in part attributable to COVID constraints, would have much to do with the enormity of the challenge of sympathetically landing a 25-kilometre industrial footprint right in the middle of one of the most unique, sensitive and high-value ecological and geological tourist locations in the state. If seeking to choose a site to maximise an affront to the imperative of environmental conservation, you'd be hard-pressed to identify a more suitable location. The adverse impacts will be further compounded when the proximity of Nelson to the site are factored in, with implications for residents and those wishing to access tourist, recreational and holiday opportunities. While lauded for its remote location and minimal conflict with competing interests, the siting of the project only magnifies the potential loss of the surrounding area's unspoiled high-value landscape, habitat and socio-economic opportunities, historically preserved by the tyranny of distance. Now, I was going to speak to the issues of social impact. I simply won't. I'm cover a couple of other matters and then head into the visual impacts, if you don't mind. Now, in terms of regulatory considerations which impact the area in general, recognition of this high scenic environmental value of Discovery Bay area was captured by the Coastal Spaces Landscape Assessment. To reinforce their significance, the entire area from Glenelg Estuary, Nelson, at Discovery Bay Coast and Hinterland were recommended to be covered by a planning scheme amendment for special landscape overlay. So it's not just that it was recognised then. The fact that it wasn't acted upon is another issue, I suppose. But at least we're seeing that beyond that SLO1, the whole area is effectively identified for coverage. Another regulatory consideration is the recently released VicGrid transmission plan, where initially the area affected was deprioritised, and we get insights into why that was the case when they recently released their plan and identified that the renewable energy zone did not incorporate that area, and in fact avoided it for substantial reasons. Biodiversity, the renewable energy map highlights key values that they choose to avoid when creating the Southwest Zone. Biodiversity, community and cultural, Discovery Bay Coast Park, biodiversity and community, Kabobini and Lower Glenelg, biodiversity, and area 4 was around the Mount Richmond end of the site was the high fire risk across the parks and forests. Anyway, I put that beyond that. I'm heading into now the visual impact. No adverse impacts that robs exceptional scenic landscape of this unique coastal treasure trove of geological features and protected habitat should be considered acceptable. The natural coastal beauty of the coastline has already sustained significant visual bludgeoning from 74 wind turbines scattered across Cape Nelson, Grant and Bridgewater. The only reference to the visual offence that wind turbines creates seems to be some sort of obligatory acknowledgement in response to what was identified by the minister in terms of high scenic values. But it's almost begrudgingly kind of responded to, and rates a mention in the great body of work. It gets a cursory mention. Beyond that, it largely disappears out of the commentary provided in the LVIA. The all-pervasive technical visual impact speak takes over, which is so soaked in technical brine it leaves true perceptions of lived reality floating adrift. It is stated in the LVIA that the wind turbines can be visible from landscape areas and ocean from far beyond 10 kilometres and up to 50 kilometres, depending on viewing conditions. However, when considering the general parameters of human vision, wind turbines with a height of 270 metres, as proposed in the project, would occupy a relatively small portion of a person's field of view from the distance of more than 10 kilometres. So it's basically saying turbines of this size at 10 kilometres and beyond are a small area of vision and somewhat insignificant. I find this rather an absurd assessment that has no connection to the lived reality. You could say that about the sun or the moon in terms of the space it takes up in the sky, but that doesn't stop them from assuming significant appreciation as they feature across the landscape and their presence or absence is profoundly felt. Turbines would be clearly visible from Swan Lake, 10 kilometres away. Currently, there is strong visual impact from 110 metre turbines from Bridgewater, Cape Bridgewater, that measure about 15 kilometres from Swan Lake. I don't think anyone can possibly appreciate the extent to which 270 metre turbines of up to 140 metre elevation, that is at the eastern end of the site, would impact on the landscape. By comparison, we're talking 412 metres above sea level. That is, the turbines around the Heddicks Hill area, 412 metres above sea level, compared to what we have down at Cape Bridgewater, which is about 160 metres above sea level. The majority of the proposed turbines would be located at elevations between 20 and 50 metres elevation. In terms of the overwhelming landscape, this means the tip of the blade will extend to an elevation of 5 to 10 times the vertical landmass above which it is located, and reduce scenic landscape significance of quantum approaching zero. In viewing the landscape from close to sea level, the wind turbines would effectively become the landscape. In revisiting the earlier quoted reassurance that 10 kilometres, 270 metre turbines occupies a relatively small portion of the person's field of vision, I would like to apply that to the experience of sitting on the beach at Cape Bridgewater and taking in the vista towards Cape Nelson, which is 10 kilometres away. Given that Cape Nelson turbines are only about 110 metres high, 0.4 of the proposed ones, they certainly rate as a relatively small portion of a person's field of view, and actually less again. The elevation of the Cape is about half that again, of the size of the turbines, making it, we're talking about here the actual landmass, a tiny portion of the field of vision. However, regardless of this relative size, it was an essential and appealing feature of the landscape and is now compromised and diminished by the turbines littered across its crescent like a bunch of oversized, randomly scattered witches' hats, giving artificial definition to the perimeter of the bay and robbing its expansiveness. Travelling from Melbourne to Cape Bridgewater as often as I do, there is a familiar moment marking the return to the coastal retreat. The first sight of the neighbouring turbines looming into the view never fails to unsettle the sense of relief on the homeward journey. All attempts to prepare to oneself for the all attempts to prepare oneself for to prepare oneself are a lost cause. The experience provides pure measure of irreconcilable incompatibility, which doesn't diminish with time. Now, look, just on that, I do harp on it because it has been somewhat of a preoccupation, trying to come to terms with what this will mean to the experience, given the scale of the turbines proposed. And I've just plucked from here just to kind of get a sense of what the aesthetic impacts are when you consider what the effects of visual pollution are. Visual pollution, this description provides an accurate account of the nature of visual disturbance of the sensory experience and its propensity to degrade the state of well-being. Visual pollution refers to the presence of unattractive, disruptive, or obtrusive elements in the landscape that negatively impact the aesthetic quality of the area. It's a form of environmental degradation that will affect both natural and built environments, leading to a diminished visual experience and potentially psychological or social impacts. Key aspects of visual pollution: aesthetic degradation. Visual pollution detracts from the beauty and visual harmony of the environment, making it less appealing. It can lead to feelings of distraction, eye fatigue, and even loss of identity, decrease in open domain. Social impacts. Some sources say it can undermine social cohesion and even threaten cultural values. Okay, so on this issue, I just want to backtrack a little bit. When I first visited the yacht club, when we had a information session down there at the Portland Yacht Club, and I wandered around to get an idea of what was being proposed and what it'll mean in terms of the landscape. And then I was overwhelmed. Sorry, I took a sight of the sense of I took in the images provided with the montages with a total sense of incredulity. How 270-metre turbines could look almost indiscernible on the horizon. They were taken of a view from Greenpools looking. It's 20 kilometres across, but nonetheless, they're just almost invisible. And then I was overwhelmed at just the artistry, magicianship it took to create something of that type. And I shared those views with one of the reps, and I stand by them to this day. There's nothing anyway, sorry. Prepare people. I'm skipping here, sorry. Vagaries of the VLMAS is an imperfect process based on professional judgment, not an exact science. Interpretations can vary based on calibrations, various determining factors, but do not talk in terms of maintaining aesthetic value or visceral experience, rather than degree of loss, acceptable, not acceptable, disembodied approach. Came up against considerable issues and some representation and judgments advanced when open to dispute. It was not a process that seems to take people along for the journey of understanding and withholds with professional guardedness. Was not overly responsive to requests for more montages. This is what I'm basically trying to get to here is the fact that all efforts made to try to further one's understanding of what the visual impacts would be seem to be stymied. And I did raise a request to have public viewing points incorporated in an exercise for setting up photo montages. A group of 6 people identified 29 in all. We got a response back for 2, and one of them was to do with MET masts, which would give relative scale along the Portland Nelson Road to see how the turbines would look against that. We weren't obliged even on that front. We've given a proposed Met mast, and it was a fraction of the size and therefore didn't really achieve a great deal in terms of giving relative scale. Anyway, look, it's a struggle to do justice to this. Hopefully there's a bit more clarity that you might obtain from the written notes, and I forward them through after this. I'd like to just move across now to the Great Southwest Walk. I would like to centre my account of the damaging consequences on the proposal from the perspective of the Great Southwest Walk. Those embarked on the journey, or any part of it, partly do for the visual intoxication the experience provides. They don't come to be awestruck by the might of man's ability to totally overwhelm a wild and otherwise untamed landscape. Such presence is simply endured, and currently considered endured, to the extent that 3 capes have hosted for the last 17 years. In the event that Kentbruck wind facility was to stamp its precedent on the current turbines, would be relegated to relative pygmies. I'm talking about the current turbines. The cumulative effect in terms of what seems to have been provided somewhat of a mute response. Cumulative effect is something that's been raised a number of times, and I haven't heard any response that sort of adequately addresses that. What I'm saying here is that the cumulative effect will be most experienced when on the Great Southwest Walk, heading around 3 capes, heading along the coast, they will feature to some degree for the best part of 100 kilometres. Unlike assurances that their presence would be substantially screened, they would loom up as a product of the walk and would with constant regularity. And if extended times were not provided reprieve, and for extended times one was provided reprieve, they wouldn't sit far down in the subconscious as their stamp would be refelt. There have been times in comic relief when earnest attention was turned to mitigation of visual impacts with a straight face. Now, this is a step too far. We are expected to engage in the following of suspended disbelief. Effective plantings along the dunes to significant effect. Good luck with that one. An alternative viewing platform for Lake Monbiot. No doubt the signage will indicate which provided the best scenic view, perhaps even with mental health warnings. Just finishing off now. When sun comes low in the sky with turbines strobing, another bird takes a hit, an explosion of feathers drop from the sky. Time for a quiet cuppa and the crackle of freshly lit fire. What's that other sound? Night descends and the aviation lights kick in. I would urge the committee that this not be the future of this, and that the importance of this landscape and all life it supports and enriches has resonated a profound need for protection, and in so achieving, I wish that the application be declined. Well, that's the end of my submission. I don't know how I went for time, but anyway, I must apologise that it was wasn't profoundly as clear as I would have liked it, but I hope that the notes do compensate to some degree. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lidekirch. Your submission, so we appreciate you coming along and your position is clear, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now invite Gordon Stokes to come and sit at the table.
USB
Didn't turn it on. Oh, well, it's there. I'll turn it off. It's off. Okay. He's on. That's not going to turn it off. 3 years. Oh. Should go off. Your power. Yeah, of course it's on. Yeah, you got a light there. You want to get that again? Yeah, it's a pack. It's there. There it is. Okay. Up. Compose.
Mr. Lidigan, I can see your microphone is still unmuted. I'll get you to mute it. Thank you.
Are we okay to go? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr Stokes. It's also up here if it's assist you if you wanted to direct this way, but whatever's most comfortable for you, it's fine.
Yeah, I can't see that one.
No, that's all good. Mr Stokes, are you comfortable there reading from that one, or would you prefer to sit?
I think that'll be
That's
fine.
working. Okay, thank you. Thanks for the offer. We'll proceed. Thank you, Mr Stokes. Welcome.
Thank you very much. My name's Gordon Stokes, and I write to you in the belief that the proposed green power hub will have an adverse impact on the internationally significant Discovery Bay coastal ecology. My first submission, which you will have, concluded for the above reasons I cannot support the proposed development as presented, but following the submissions that were put forward by the proponent and the expert witnesses, I changed my view, and I now support the development of the green power hub with some qualifications. Move forward. Considering the Glenelg Estuary and Discovery Bay Ramsar Declaration and Management Plan, the requirements under the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act, the zones and overlays of the Glenelg Planning Scheme, including heritage overlays, significant landscape overlays and environmental significant overlays, the recent government studies and reports reinforcing the significance of the Discovery Bay coastal regions and the projects under consideration or under the management of the Catchment Management Authority, which aim to restore degraded habitat and wetlands, the adjacent Discovery Bay Coastal Park to the south and the Lower Glenelg National Park and Cobobony National Park to the north, the international, national, state, regional and local significant ecology and significant places of natural and cultural heritage. One would wonder why the proponent would attempt to squeeze this development between Discovery Bay Coastal Park and the national parks. The current zones in the Glenelg Planning Scheme, the statutory requirements, SLO, ESO and HOs, the purpose of which are primarily for the conservation of landscape character and natural and cultural values of places such as Discovery Bay from the mouth of the Glenelg River in the western end to the Cape Bridgewater in the eastern end will be considered a little bit further below. I've been aware of the significance of the natural and cultural, both Indigenous and non-Indigenous places from Cape Bridgewater to the mouth of the Glenelg River for at least 35 years and have for that time been advocating at a local level for a higher level of protection in the Glenelg Planning Scheme. I supported the introduction of the new format planning scheme, but wrote lengthy submissions regarding the errors, omissions and anomalies concerning the places of natural and cultural, both Indigenous and non-Indigenous heritage. Some of these omissions, including those heritage overlays relating to Cape Nelson and Cape Bridgewater and the many areas along Discovery Bay to the estuary of the Glenelg River, have to date not yet been corrected, although when the SLOs were introduced and the update of the local provisions and Ramsar declarations 2018 have helped to address the conservation requirements and the lack of detail in the Statement of Significance, particularly in the ESOs and HOs. We can just skip over the next little bit and we'll talk briefly about the Aboriginal cultural heritage, and I don't want to step on the toes of our Gunditj Mara representative who will be speaking following me, but there's a list of evidence to suggest that this Discovery Bay coastal area was a major cultural landscape for our Gunditj Mara people. We can move on to the next. Just briefly, well, no, not quite briefly, referring to the statutory requirements of the Glenelg Planning Scheme, there's a list of heritage overlays, and there's been no reference to these heritage overlays included in the planning reports that the proponents have offered us, and there's 15 of them. And you'll notice that they extend from the mouth of the Glenelg River right through to Bridgewater Lakes in the eastern end. In this case, I'll refer you to the B1s and Z1s and B2s, etc., on the end of them, but I'll give you some explanation of where these heritage overlays have come from and the requirements that they should be addressed. Okay, move along. I note that none of these heritage overlays appeared in the figure 16.3 photo montage map, book May 2025, although a number of the Aboriginal sites along the coast have also been included. I assume the proponents' planners have decided to disregard these heritage overlays because of the lack of clear details of the heritage place, the perceived lack of statement of significance or reference documentation which provides a clear understanding of why it's considered significant. We'll just move on a little bit. A detailed explanation of the heritage overlays are now included and where they came from and why they're still in the planning scheme. They were listed in the former local government area of the Hayward Shire. They were sites of special scientific significance, and some of you may know those early references, and they date from the 1970s. As listed heritage overlays, they were directly translated from the Hayward planning scheme to heritage overlays in the Glenelg Shire planning scheme during the development of the new format planning scheme in 1997. Next page. The relevant documentation is here, and you'll notice that they're produced by the Town and Country Planning Board in 1976 and 1977. The Hayward Shire used those references to provide the statement of significance for each of these sites when they included them in their planning scheme. Now, if you'll just move down a little bit, that's the first one, and it's a report on zoological aspects. The second one is a report on geological and geomorphological aspects. Keep going. And this one is the report on the botanical aspects of the region that we're talking about. There's an explanation here of how you actually interpret those references, and the clue is the botanical aspects B and Z and G for the geomorphological and geological aspects. The example there I've put in is HO 135, mouth of the Glenelg River. If you could move it up, please. And there's an explanation of how to interpret it there. The difficulty is the planners of the Glenelg Shire have been reluctant to even go anywhere near these particular heritage overlays, and they probably have influenced the DECA planners and of course probably the proponent. If we can go further, please. I've been concerned about these heritage overlays, and they exist elsewhere in the Glenelg Shire for at least 40 years since their inclusion, and since over the past 28 years, I should correct that, I've been attempting to get these omissions in an amendment, and perhaps with the help of the committee and the proponents to view each of the heritage overlays, I'll provide them with a complete detail. And this is the first time I've attempted to provide a complete detail of what they are, which may help the understanding of the significance level and the research that was done in the 1970s, which seems to indicate that much of the studies that were done in more recent times have been very brief compared with what these ones are. Okay, so we can move on. And these are the 15 with the details of each of the statement of significance concerning the botanical aspects, the zoological aspects, and the morphological and geological aspects of those 15 heritage overlays which appear in the Discovery Bay coastal area. And some are beyond the coastal park. Okay, if we can just slowly go through those. I won't speak to them, but they're there for reference. You'll notice that they're quite detailed. And the fact they were done in the 1970s doesn't necessarily mean that they're not relevant. Many heritage overlays, particularly those in buildings, the references have been taken back many years before that. If you could just move up to this next little proposal. Up. No, gone too far. I mean down. It's actually going up, but you know. Okay, I put a request there for the panel, for the committee to consider some kind of help with regards to the inclusion of these overlays and the reference that's required from the proponents to address each one. Now we're going to talk about is the heritage overlay appropriate for the conservation of natural heritage, is the argument that quite a number of people in the planning area have presented in the past. You'll note that if you can move, I'm not sure whether I should say up or down now, but yeah, up, I suppose, is the right one. You'll notice that in the purposes of the heritage overlay, it does include places of natural heritage. It is clear that it's there, and that although in general it's accepted that the heritage places of natural significance are conserved under overlays such as SLOs, ESOs and VSOs, although we haven't got any of those in our planning scheme, the VSOs I mean, with their schedules and local provisions. The above point too clearly indicates that one of the purposes of the heritage overlay is to conserve and enhance heritage places of natural significance. Before the introduction of the new format planning scheme, this use appeared to be the case in the Hayward Shire planning scheme. Although clauses 43.011 to 43.07 and 43.019 generally refer to the requirements related to heritage building developments, clauses 43.018 decision guidelines .point 2, 3, 5, 6 and 8 could be applied to places of natural heritage. I also refer the panel in particular to clause 43.018 .point 3. Before deciding on an application, the responsible authority must consider, as appropriate, .point 3 an applicable statement of significance, whether or not specified in the schedule to this overlay, and that's included in the wording there, heritage study and any applicable conservation study. I put it to you that the documents, the reference documents I put above, qualify in that statement. The proponent may have already commented on the above heritage overlays, but I don't believe that is the case. Okay, we'll look at the SLO now. Keep going. I've included the purposes and the relatively clauses, but I'll make a comment below each of them. The statement of natural and key elements, nature and the key elements of landscape, effectively the landscapes covered by ESL have been upgraded to international significance by the Ramsar Declaration and with the gazetted boundary under the EPBC Act. I note that the 12 towers at the western end of the proposed development are protruding into the area of designation SLO1, and that's photo montage map book May 2025, Appendix A, Figure 2, and Figure 2 as well, and appears to be contrary to the number to a number of the landscape character objects to be achieved, particularly points 1 and 4, and appears contrary to the decision guidelines dot point 1, 3, 5 and 6. As a regular visitor to the Glenelg National Park, I cannot support the location of the towers in this area. I would be considered as a disturbing visual and noise encroachment into the narrowest section of the national significant Lower Glenelg National Park and the international significance Glenelg River Estuary and Nelson Township. I respectfully request that the committee to review the location of these towers. The ESO, we'll just move through that and leave that for further reference. And we'll look at the ESO 1 and the statement of environmental significance. You'll notice that that statement is extremely, well, it's generic. It's virtually useless in the form of providing no information. It covers the entire coastline of the Glenelg Shire. Okay, so we'll just move on a little bit further down. My comments, the statement environmental significance is genetic for the entire coastal area of the Glenelg Shire. The heritage overlays of site and sites of natural significance referred to above will provide the proponent with the details of those significant places. Ecologically, geological and geomorphological interest in the Discovery Bay coastal area and hinterland. The potential adverse impacts of flora and avifauna are a serious concern to me. The proponent's application requirements include assessments of impacts associated with the development and soil and water reports demonstrating that drainage from these development sites does not cause degradation of any watercourses downstream of the development site, and I believe there is a risk that water used in concrete batching is considerable, which may cause the adverse impact on the level of the wetlands, and the excavation for the tower foundations could be the same. The ESO2 is concerned with waterways, and we'll just move on with that down to my comment. Well, where have we gone? I don't know, keep going. It must be there somewhere. It refers to all of the waterways of the Glenelg Shire. Degradation of the significant wetlands are a serious concern to me. Clauses 1, 2, 4 and 5 are relevant to this proposal. In concluding the assessment of the Glenelg planning scheme, the ESO schedule 1 statement of significance is generic, providing no details of ecological and geomorphological or geological places of significance. The HOs of natural significance are still required to provide details of heritage places of natural significance in the planning scheme, although to be effective the schedules require further information in the heritage place column and the pathway of the statement of significance. Considering the more recent studies and research, particularly covering the zoological aspects, the statement of significance of the HOs could be considered a little outdated. However, outdated this information may be considered, it does inform the heritage overlays which must be addressed by the proponent. The SLO1 has a detailed statement of significance following the declaration of the Ramsar wetland and of international significance. So although these overlays may not extend into the development zone, they infer that a development in a neighbouring zone should not impact the environmental values in the other. The expert evidence that I considered with regards to ecology from Venosa and Gibson, one of those has now been challenged, of course, and so anyway, generally I agree with the risk assessments from both these experts and agree with the reasons why, given where the conclusions were determined as low risk. I am concerned that the mitigation against the disturbance of shorebirds during construction will be difficult or impossible, particularly during foraging. I agree with the design responses to avoid and minimise potential impact. They have been challenged now, so we'll move on. The annual allocation of $1 million for the mitigation plans appears to be a very good idea and appropriate. The bird and bat adaptive management plans appears also to be an acceptable way to go if the development does prove to be excessive in its impact. In these uncertain times with climate change, which is predicted to bring drier years and an increase in average temperature, the migration of species is a predicted possibility and may also be covered by the bird and bat adaptive management plan. In conclusion, the Kentbruck Green Power Hub proposal is one of the many developments which I believe must be done all over the world in an attempt to manage the predicted disastrous impacts on humanity and the ecology of the world caused by climate change. The proposal is supported by the climate change strategies of both the federal and state governments, and time is running out for both governments to achieve their carbon neutral targets. Even though there is some risk to the ecology of the Discovery Bay region from this proposal, to oppose it may contribute to further greater impacts associated with the future delay of such a proposal. I cannot ignore the potential economic benefits this impact would have on the associated Portland businesses and workforce. The greatest impact experienced by many will be visual. The character of the landscape will be changed forever. A concern for many, I consider this a cost associated with climate change mitigation. However, the proposal, I believe, now looks acceptable, and I am of the understanding that if further mitigation measures are required to address the unforeseen impacts on the Discovery Bay coastal ecology and landscape, then such a plan will be activated. I'm also of the understanding that following the completion of the proposed development, monitoring of vulnerable and endangered species will continue, and the impacts of those species will be managed through the bird and bat adaptive plan. And I'm also of the understanding that adequate buffers will be provided for Barolga breeding habitat. For the above reasons and understanding, I now support the Kentbruck Power Hub proposal. I have raised a few concerns which I request the committee to give some consideration, referring to Plan 3.8 or Para 3.8, Para 3.6 and Para 3.7, etc. The heritage overlays of sites of special scientific interest in the Glenelg planning scheme, particularly those that relate to the Discovery Bay Coastal Park and Hinterland, have been treated as ineffective planning tools, perhaps because of inadequate mapping and a detailed significance citation or schedules, and I would be grateful if the committee could give this anomaly your attention as per the discussion above. I thank the committee for the opportunity to express my view and raise my concerns regarding the Kentbruck Green Power Hub development proposals. Gordon Stokes.
Thank you very much, Mr Stokes. I will just ask if the members have any questions. No. I just have a couple of questions of clarification. Firstly, just your page 13, you had the acronym VSO, and I wasn't 100% sure which one that was referring to. It's not really material. You didn't go to it. You just referred to it, but I just wanted to be sure I was clear.
The ESO is
the VS. You had the term VSO at your page 13.
Oh, did I?
That's okay.
I'm not sure what.
No, I just wasn't familiar. I thought I would just check if there was.
Context that's in.
It's actually shown on the screen there, but that's okay. It may have.
Vegetation significance overlay.
Thank you.
Yes.
No, that's fine.
We don't have any of those in the Glenelg planning scheme.
Yep. No, thank you. That's clear.
But we could have.
The other question related to your reference to the SL01 and the clear statement of significance. I just wanted to be 100% sure you're referring to the details that are in the schedule itself. So
yes.
Section 1 where it details the statement. Yep.
Yes.
Thank you. No, that's clear. So no further questions. Thank you very much for coming along and providing your submission to us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For giving me the opportunity.
So welcome to Shane Ratuma, who I can see is with us in the room. And I'll ask you to come and sit at the table where Mr Stokes is. When you're ready, when he's ready and you're ready. Thank you.
Turn the computer off.
Is that going to be in your lap? I'll just leave it there until it's Yeah. Thanks, Steve.
Thank you. Welcome. I'm happy to hand directly to you to take us through your submission.
My name's Shay, and I just want to firstly show this as my symbol of my sovereignty for this country. I'm not an Aboriginal person or a First Nations person or a Gunditj Mirring person. I'm a Gunditj Mara person and recognised in your constitution. This is just going to go all over the place, but that's how I do things. I was born 48 years ago in Haywood. And lots of things have changed in this area since then. I'm going to jump forward a few years to around about 2020 when I was working for our native title organisation here on the modernisation of the Regional Forestry Agreement, which was one of the documents that's helped this process along without anybody else really understanding that. During that time, I had an amazing phone call from a bloke from the Department of Blah Blah in Canberra who wanted to EPBC list the Narracourt bioregion of alkaline fens and karst rising springs at the same time and get us to do our cultural heritage values on that. Unknowingly, here I am being complicit in something that I absolutely hate. So we're going to start with those springs and things. So throughout that region where it's because with all your overlays, and I'm not going to reference anything. I haven't read anything that you have sent out at all. So all your overlays and all the rest of it pretty much are trying to dissect country that is bounded by 3 rivers and a sea. That's it. Our country has been absolutely decimated in 190 years. We had 59 clans in this region, and now there's only 8 left. Our language is in disarray. Bits and pieces have been spoken about it. We've decided to hand our our self-determination to groups, which is organisations who already have our self-determination, our rights and rights and interests. They hold those on our behalf. So I've recently revoked my membership to our local organisation because I just do not trust them at all. I have no faith in them whatsoever to protect our country. So out in the area where you speak of, a couple of years ago, because of that job that I had, I started going out and looking around through the pine plantations, and I don't know how many sites are listed in acres out there because I'm not allowed to have access to know where my sites are. My kids and I have been collecting, salvaging artefacts from the roads that have been driven over by trucks for the last 4 years, and I've got a collection of thousands from at least 30 places. So I'm in the process of getting those, what's the word? Documented and registered on ACRES. Because, again, the people who've got the registered Aboriginal party who've got the permission and the obligation to look after those things just aren't. Doing the opposite, actually, and paying themselves in fees and services, pretty much. Anyway, where to from there? There's so much stuff out there. We got native title in 2008, I think it was, 2,000 parcels of land on a map, interactive map that we could read. So after the fact, a lot of us figured out that every time we make a native title decision, we're extinguishing native title rights on our own behalves and everybody else's. White people should be allowed to come to our meetings because it affects them just as much as it affects us. So to this point in time, we can't even see a map of where our native title lands start and finish anymore because that many decisions have been made without us being aware of what we're actually okaying or not. And I know you know this. I know you know this. It's unacceptable. Good faith. The only words you can hide behind, and the only words they can hide behind, is all due diligence. Because death by documentation pretty much is what it is. And you are picking on a mob who are lower educational, lower educational standards. That's pretty fantastic, isn't it? Do you agree?
What do you think there's no consequence for you to listen to what you have to say?
It is of consequence. Who employs you?
So,
if you don't mind me asking.
Mr Rituma, we're appointed by the Minister to consider...
Another ministerially appointed person. Where's the people from the southwest on this table?
So,
I can say the word great 2,850 times approximately after the word grandmother or grandfather to prove my connection to this place. How many times can you say it?
So we're here to hear your views, so we're happy for you to keep speaking and explaining your views. Yes, thank you.
This is how I speak. So that bat that everybody's trying to control, that's my brother. Hinich, we call it. Everything out in nature is Narikatuni's family. Every living, breathing, every rock, every grain of sand. So who decided that they were allowed to come and do this stuff anyway on behalf of... Is it Brookfield or Impala or is it Neon? Who is it today that we're speaking to?
So you're speaking to the committee who'll be making...
Who's going to be doing this project though? Because didn't they sell out or something?
I think they're conversations you might have to have outside of the committee process because we're really interested to understand your views about the project.
I know you understand. Yeah, I know you understand. Independent power providers. Them Brolgers. We finally got to write a song about the Brolgers 15 years ago because they came back. Now we might as well stop singing it again. What about access? Is it all going to be fenced off if it happens? Is that what happens? Does it all get fenced off out there? So I just can't continue to go out there and look for my cultural heritage from my past? There were so many people that must have lived out there. Where are they all gone? Someone must have some answers somewhere.
So I'm not 100% sure if you're seeking an answer right now, Mr Rituma. We're not in a position to give you answers to those things.
Someone's going to watch it somewhere.
Thank you, but we're really happy for you to continue presenting your views.
I'm going to continue, yeah. We've got a list here of 66 pages of species that are just... I don't know how many are already vulnerable. How many you've got on the list there of the things that you're going to try and mitigate the risk of looking after and stuff? There's not even close to how many that are actually in trouble out there. Not even close. But you just know that. And we're talking about the aesthetics and the views and things like that. I remember I lived in this place before any of them went up. I'm that disappointed for my children to not know this place without these monstrosities under the guise of power production for this climate change stuff that, yeah, honestly. We don't have a power problem down here, so why is it our problem to fix it for everybody else down here? If there's a problem in Melbourne, go to Melbourne, put them on everybody's roofs there, I don't care. So about native title, we get the roundabouts in town. We've got native title over. It's unbelievable. How does that work? But we can't get damaged or disturbed land, such as that land out there what you're talking about. On roadside verges and stuff, it makes no sense. Well, it doesn't make sense to me. It makes sense to someone somewhere. All part of the plan. There's caves out there. There's a cave right in the middle of that place. There's a bloke by the name of Robert Bednarik, who's the world's foremost authority on rock art in the world. And the most ancient form of rock art in the world is called finger fluting. And it's like all those places I've talked about where there's cultural heritage, where there's sites now. I don't know who to show them to. I'm sick of ringing that organisation to get them to come out here and have a look, because they won't. Because what they do is they put this much road base over the top of the road to hide 13,000 years of cultural heritage. It just washes away. It's ridiculous. Well, they dig up a quarry, which is inside there as well, of fossils, mind you, more history, to put across the road to hide that, and it just washes away. So that site tour that was out there, I didn't even bother turning up because I know exactly what would have been. The roads would have been covered. On the way to Lake Montevideo, I've got a map here of all the places I collect. There's 75 places along the coast, something like that. Who do I share that with that I can trust? Because the words preservation, conservation, they don't mean what they say they mean. If things are mentioned, if things are give a designation of a distinctive landscape or a Ramsar site or a World Heritage site, that means the opposite, doesn't it? It means they're getting touched. It's unbelievable that we live in 2025 and people who are supposed to represent us still can't tell the truth. Disgraceful. I think this country, if it's going to move forward, that's the first thing that we need is to have some faith in each other. And look, if everybody decided that they wanted these things out the road, and everybody in the Shire sat down and decided that was going to, I'd just shut up. But that's not the case, because we never, ever, ever get all the information at once, ever. It's just disappointing. We're robbing your children to feed your robbing your children to feed your grandchildren. Not even our children. Where's Neon from? France. Why? What do we owe? What do I owe them? What do we owe them? Have I lost you?
No, we're listening. I was concentrating, sorry.
So those caves, there's one smack bang in the middle of it. I'm not sure how old that one is, but the same bloke who I emailed before this, Robert Bednarik, as I said, the world's foremost authority, told me there's 300 caves in the vicinity. 300. One of them, which is just on the other side of the river, not too far from where some of these turbines are, is 50,000 years old. He said it's the best example in the world. Now this is Sistine Chapel stuff to us. Who do I trust with that information? Who do I trust with that place? Certainly not the organisation that's supposed to be looking after these things, otherwise they'd be here now speaking for it. While they govern us with the Catsy Act. While the Shire has an Aboriginal partnership where no one has to feed back to us and we don't even get to vote our own members in. Sounds racist to me, and as a form of control. People who hold our rights and interests don't have to feed back to us. Don't have to ask us anything. Don't have to share. In fact, found out recently they've decided to put a lock went on the gate at Lake Conda when I was 42. I'm 48. I haven't been back there since because I don't want to ask people for permission to go to my own home. And now I've been informed that people who work out there have been told to stop traditional owners, not that I am one, at the gate. Because we're third party now. Is that what World Heritage has done for us? Is that what Native Title's done for us? Is that reconciliation? We might get a job out of it if we're lucky. That's not acceptable to me. We're talking about acceptable. What about market value for the land that you're on? market value be fine, or would that be considered proceeds of crime? Talk about environmental vandalism. Vandalism against humanity. If you did some of this stuff to animals like dogs, cats, or sheep or cows, you'd be in trouble. If you do it to kangaroo or possum or whatever, it doesn't matter. Talk about developing this country. This land has been developing since the day it was ever, it started to come into existence. It cannot develop any further than nature's already intended it to. So trying to control it is just absurd. Just want us to be a part of this economy that is the reason that we're in the state that we're in today, the reason I'm in the state that I'm in today. My health's economised, my kids are economised, the justice system's economised, our electricity's economised. How much longer have I got?
So you've probably got another 10 minutes.
Beautiful. So who can I trust with this stuff? My phone, my shed is full of the things that would make things have to veer here, that make the course change a bit. It's unequivocal. If we jump in the car now, I could take you to the place I'm talking about. So who do I trust with that? Because the agents of the Crown who are supposed to be help me with that are there for exactly that, they're not the people. So who is it? There's nothing independent about the people who say whatever they're paid to say to come in here. And it's like with the abalone farm stuff. They're going to somehow manage underground burrowing crayfish. How the hell do you do that? Amazing. These things can fly, and you're going to manage them somehow. And capture them all, tag them, and put little remote control collars on them or something. You don't know who I can trust with that stuff? How do I present that here without it becoming something that could potentially be more damaged or gone or have no access to?
We're not really in a position to answer your questions, unfortunately.
Yep.
We hear what you're saying.
Yep. I'm on the community advisory group for the Glenelg River, for the Glenelg Hopkins Catchment Management Authority and the advisory group just in general. And listening to them talk about how the environment gets an allocation of its own water. That's so lucky, isn't it? When we talk about cultural flows, they open up the gates there so they can flow some water down the river to go to Harrow, so when they have the Johnny Muller cricket on, the river looks nice there. That's a cultural flow. I guess the reason I'm saying all this stuff, because after the Bridgewater Hotel stuff, after the abalone stuff, after the offshore drilling stuff, this stuff, it's just ongoing. This is what I'll be doing for the rest of my life, coming in here and saying this, so either targeted things against what people have already said, against the references that are all the jargon and rubbish, or come in here and try and... I don't even know. Actually, I'm bewildered. I'm beside myself as to how this can even happen, but where someone like myself can go. I've got no idea anymore. This is going to keep going. Our country is under attack down here. It's been fine for... Well, not fine. It's been okay for a while because basically the land you're talking about was no good for sheep and cattle. That's the only reason it's not already developed now. We know that. We're not silly. It's the only reason Darwin up north isn't. You've got Kakadu. My father's family comes from up there. I worked at the uranium mine up there. The only reason Kakadu came into existence, that national park, was to get their uranium mine. It's the same thing as having this Ramsar thing. It's exactly the same. And this World Heritage Area. Very clever and sinister. Devious. Can't you just leave things alone? Fee for service. And I know you're not going to give me the answers. Why would you? Why would you? You know, it's like the walk for truth. You read the letters patent from the Governor-General. Self-determination will be handed out in groups. Well, I didn't get everything that was taken from me in a group got taken off me personally. So why would I want that paid back through an organisation? In tip runs, handouts and community lunches. No. I'd rather assert that myself and explain what my idea of that is. And it's certainly not this. That bit of land out there, although it's been disturbed, it's still very special, just like me. You can't go through all the things that we've been through and all the things that place has been through. Just you know what? You could shove more of these things on there, and it'll still sit underneath. It'll be fine. One day, when you lighten $100 bills to keep warm, you might understand. Don't meet many people like me, obviously, do you? Thankfully, there's some people like me still around, obviously. Nice suit, by the way.
So, Mr. Ratuma, is there more that we have appreciate
more.
you? I understand there will be. We do appreciate you coming. We've got a couple more minutes, so I'm just going to ask if there's anything else that you wanted to cover.
I'm going to sit here in silence and get you to have a think about it for a minute. I mean, why should we have to? Why is it our responsibility down here to fix the power problem elsewhere, and then get an international mob to come and makes no sense. Considering the government's already in debt to them, it's going to happen anyway, isn't it? Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much for coming. Thank you, everyone. We're scheduled to have a break, so we will do that now, and we'll come back in 15 minutes and we'll hear from Mr. Tuck. Thank you.
G'day.
Thank you. Welcome back, everyone, and welcome to Mr. Tuck. Thank you for joining us.
No worries.
And I'm happy to hand directly to you to take us through your submission. Thank you.
Okay. No worries. Thanks very much. Just making sure. My name's Jonathan Tuck. I'm an ecologist with 13 years in the South West region, and I've had serious concerns about this proposal since I first heard of it, due to obvious threats to biodiversity, mostly. But I'm also a resident of Nelson. We have a young family and we love the place. We love that we're surrounded by parks and Ramsar sites. We want to see a positive future that respects that it's a naturally beautiful place with a pretty simple lifestyle. And it's a bit of a throwback sort of area. Lots of people say that and visit Nelson and the park specifically for that vibe. I support wind power in strategic locations, but I feel that this project runs directly counter to the essential character of its surroundings, which are natural wild landscapes and safe connected habitats for fauna. So my own concerns are wider than ecology. My employer made a submission. That's separate, but I feel the need to talk about my own experiences and concerns as an informed resident. So this is a personal submission that's prepared and delivered using my annual leave, which is a bit sad. So on the EES, there's a lot of material there, a lot of cost, but it doesn't change the fact that the project's been put in a highly inappropriate location right in between large conservation areas. Regarding the Nelson community, most of them didn't know much about this project until towards the end of the EES exhibition, and they don't want to engage with this sort of process, which is quite intimidating and demanding on your spare time. I can't cover all my concerns, so I'll focus on a few things, including fauna records, wetlands, threatened and significant birds, and then Lake Mombiong and landscape impacts. So I should preface by saying I did provide help to NEON in 2021, as they seem to have missed a large number of key information sources in their interim report, which concerned me. I did want to see a good EES that reflected the values and impacts of the project. So again, I wrote that up in my own time. I sent it off after midnight, and that's tabled. So in the EES, the species record maps for what you'd expect. It's a pretty remote area with what you call black spots. There are really few active observers putting in records. I'm pretty sporadic in that. I did record more sightings in 2020-ish as I realised there was a data deficit, but then it tailed off and we had a kid, and there's a couple of years there without much at all. So I uploaded a personal list of VBA fauna records in March, almost all of which were collected at the reserves within a few k's of my house, usually when I'm out trail running, and they were submitted in my own time. I noted that the expert statements were going down the line of saying a few threatened species were rare or not present during their study, such as redtails, and I'd say you only need to jump on Facebook to see redtails, white-bellied seagull, brolga photos in the study area during that period. So I think those records are helpful, and I keep adding records as I see them. I try to take video now. A couple of cool ones in the last few weeks have been Powerful Hour calling near the Parks office. I did record that. There were 27 gang feeding next to the northwest corner of the project site, which is a pretty big group. There's been brolga and white-bellied seagull flying over Beach Road at Nelson. And probably the most memorable one of those was last week when I was back in the car in the morning and I heard a strange call, and I looked up and a brolga went straight over my head, going east. So I got a little video of that as it flew off, and that'll go to VBA, so that's all I can do. I think an important thing to note with bird records is they're a point in time and they give a tiny little sample of info. They're usually where the path of a bird and a person intersect for a brief moment. They don't show where the bird's going, where it came from, where it was last week, and it's really strange having my own records up on a screen and in maps, knowing that the context is just lost and they're more reflective of your own movements in the landscape than the things you record, really. So my more recent records don't indicate a spatial limit or distribution to those species. I had a Brolga record in 2019 that was 6 birds flying roughly east over Millhouse Road. On a map it looks like they're on the road, of course. So the context is lost. I don't think it's worth getting too worked up about particular records of species that we know fly over this wind farm site. Clearly the area is a biodiversity stronghold. I'm sure that's been well covered by others. I just wanted to note a few more things that might fill in a couple of gaps based on my own observations as a resident and a nature lover in my own time. Overall, I found the values reported in the ES and how they're interpreted are accurate in places, and in others they really don't match my own experience and observations. I'm a wetland and plant nerd, and I'm pretty aware of what's around my local area, and that includes some of the pines close to Nelson. And I do work with forestry companies on biodiversity projects on a weekly, if not daily basis. So that definitely informs my personal opinions here. Just quickly about plantations, there's a general dismissal of the pines as being low value, but my personal observation is that plantations are constantly in flux. So you get these cycles where the pines are harvested, they're covered by mulch, you typically get more standing water as pines aren't taking it up, so you get ephemeral wetlands, you get drains and ditches start filling with water. Then you get a big pulse of germination and the birds and everything else follow in, and then it's just game on. And depending on the regrowth, they can be as productive as bushland. The cool thing around Nelson, the project site, is because there's a lot of shallow soil and it's surrounded by national parks, there are loads of areas that regenerate with the original vegetation type really quickly. And a good example of that is near Johnson's Road, so just east of Johnson's Road. The Bully Range has these karst ridges that continue down towards the coast through the plantation, so you've got these rounded hills dotted around, and the regen there is really excellent as the plantation tends to struggle early on. So yeah, you can see that there with some western golden tip. And I just use wedge-tailed eagle as an example. That's not my photo, but it shows eagles nesting in pines somewhere else. When I went out near Johnson's Road recently, there was a wedge-tailed eagle hopping around on a branch up the top of one of those hummocks. And it moved off, and as I went past, I popped a camera next to where I saw it. And I find the general dismissal of wedge-tails in the ES that they won't really fly over pines as it's low-quality habitat, that is just news to me. We see them all the time, and they have everything they need there. They've got tall trees for roosting and nesting. They've got roadkill. There's lots of birds for food. There's wallabies, rabbits, and I've actually done wedge-tail eagle nest monitoring in pines at work, and they use them. So when I got my camera back at the end of that Saturday, I checked the images, and it was pretty cool. The wedgie had been back, and it was a juvenile. It couldn't actually fly yet, so I'd just been hopping around. It's stretching its wings. So there's a nest basically right there in the pines, right next to that spot, and that's within the plantation site, well, within the wind farm site. And mum and dad, you can see on the right image, they come in to feed it. So under that, it's on a mooner, and under that there are feathers and the bits of wallaby, ravens, young emu, galah, all the common species that are in the pines and nearby that they hunt and scavenge. So I just use that as an example, and to come back to that repeated line, that plantation is low quality and won't be utilised by wedge-tailed eagles, for example. I'll repeat, I think that's just not true, and I think it's reflective of attitudes to other birds and how they use the plantation. So quickly jumping to wetlands, there was a bit there in the expert statements and the wetland mapping about having no wetlands in the north of the project site, which is a fairly black and white position. So I had a quick look on Google Earth, and it's pretty obvious there are a couple of wetlands in the northwest of the site between Nelson No. 1 Road and Birds Road. They're not huge, but they're not small either, about 7 hectares combined. You could map them as larger if you wanted to be more generous. They're very close to Nelson, so checking them out on the weekend. That one on the left is basically tall marsh, so it's Typha with fruiting vegetation. It was really cool because there was Dianella longifolia there, which is super rare in the southwest, and I'm pretty sure it's the undescribed subspecies. The forestry company is obviously going to be aware of that wetland. And then the bigger one on the right, which was in the east, is really good. It's more varied with lots of sedge land and a nice deeper pool with herbland. And I'd say there's no reason you wouldn't get bidden in there. I put these up as both the closing submission and Mr. Organ's expert statement are quite definite that there are no wetlands on the site and no reason to cross. But these are both good usable habitat. Smallish, but definitely worthy of putting on their rounds as they hop around those smaller wetlands. And then there's, of course, the river fringe and other wetlands to the north. There are wetlands in the Glenelg just north of the site as well, northeast in particular. So I think these wetlands need to be assessed and the implications for movement across the site, which we know happens in a way. So there's that, but another thing I thought was really interesting was that I noticed on bird data, which is obviously available to everyone, that there was a 500 metre area survey there last year. And when I looked at it, they had blue-winged parrot and they had Latham snipe. So this is one survey ever for 30 minutes, and they had Latham snipe inside the wind farm site. So obviously they're migratory, and they breed in Japan and Siberia and head down for the warmer months. I know I've heard there's been a bunch of talk about them recently in the hearing, but I didn't see any reference to this record in the material or even that these wetlands exist at all. So I think that needs to be followed up. So I started by talking about bidden habitat there, but ended up with Latham snipe and blue-winged parrot, and I think it just illustrates both how you don't write off habitat values because you're in a plantation, and also how unpredictable birds will be when you're jammed right up against Ramsar sites and national parks. I mean, the wind farm directly bisects the Ramsar site by sitting in between Long Swamp and the Glenelg River. Something about redtails. I think there's been discussion of redtail records around the Bully Range, and this is one from 2014 which had 34 birds. This is available online. The Bully Range is obviously a great habitat containing a fair bit of brown stringy bark that's come back well after the 2000 fire, and which actually started from a windmill, but it was a water windmill. And it's where the lower Glenelg is closest to Long Swamp, less than 3 k's away. These photos from the observer, Kevin Bartram, that day, and I think they're an E-bird. A cool thing there, which I didn't notice straight away, is that the single bird is actually sitting on the top of a pine tree. So if you wonder whether they go into the plantation at all, there you go. And that's consistent with my own observations near the Princess Margaret Rose Caves, where they fly over the pines frequently. Something that's bothered me from the very start of this is the likelihood of red tails crossing not only in the northwest of the site, where the turbines are pushing right up against the lower Glenelg National Park, but also red tails heading straight down to Long Swamp to drink and feed on scattered stringy bark. So I think Deeka brought that up. Long Swamp is the closest fresh water to the Bully Range, and the water there is abundant and permanent. Nelson, where you get all the records, because there's all the people, is 10 k's away. Another reason I'm a bit more confident that they do this is that I've watched groups of yellowtails several times come out of the pines to drink at Long Swamp from a kayak. Oh, I was in the kayak. So you think of drought conditions in the lower Glenelg and what birds might do. Obviously not just red tails, but other birds moving across there. I know there were basically no bus survey sites in that red area, maybe down the bottom right, which disturbs me. And there are 19 turbines in that block of pines between them, and more just to each side. So you also get gangs in the Bully Range, and they have food at Ewing's plantation down by Long Swamp there. I'll mention that in a minute. And, oh yeah, that was just about brown stringy bark. There's definitely brown stringy bark on the northern edge of Discovery Bay. You get clumps, you get single trees, and they look pretty productive in terms of seed. And obviously there's the water right there We don't know how often this happens, those movements, but that's exactly it. We don't know. So just looking at that area and the records south, it does make sense. Those records are really valuable, as it's so rare to have someone there on the northern edge of Long Swamp, which, you know, no one's along there, and then for them to actually put the record into an obscure database. VBA, I hate using VBA. It's almost impossible to use. I noticed there was an expert statement that tried to discredit the Redtail records south of the wind farm, but the very first one, where he's talked about Morrison Hill, is just wrong. It's on most maps, and it's actually in the EES elsewhere. So I'd say, how much more southeast of Morrison Hill can you get than that? And the reader is told to throw that record away. I just think that's a really problematic approach, and it's a trend in that document. Another thing I think that might have been misrepresented a bit is the presence of gang cockatoo. There's talk about that there's no foraging plants for them, a small chance they might try a pine cone. I work in blue gums all the time, and gangs love to eat the seed. That's actually the main place I see them feeding. So the paper there cites Tassie blue gum as the main species consumed by gang. I've got a few records recently by the northwest corner, which I mentioned before, where blue gums directly abut the project site, including one of 27 birds, and they were feeding. Then there's blue gums on Long Swamp, just west of Nobles Rocks at Ewing's plantation. And what doesn't seem to have been discussed in regards to gang and other birds is there's actually a very large area of blue gum within the wind farm site down in the southeast corner. So you would expect to see flight through the wind farm site by gangs. And there are turbines through that block. I think that's where the turbine blades are less than 300 metres from Discovery Bay Coastal Park. And yeah, just on that, I think the blue gums introduce even more complexity into this project in terms of biodiversity. You get a different suite of birds and bats that are now chasing flowers and insects. There could be grey-headed flying fox. I think there was just one bus monitoring site there, I could be wrong, and they did get gang, so I think that should be explored much more carefully. So that's just a quick grab bag of some of the residual things that concern me in ecological terms, but I want to talk about Lake Mombiong as well as a very personal thing. It's a pretty special place. It's the only real body of accessible open fresh water between the Bridgewater Lakes and the Mount Gambier area, but it's got the nicest water. It's part of the EPBC listed karst rising spring community. I've been lucky to do lots of fish monitoring there, and you get nationally threatened fish, you get nice big short fin eel, you get loads of water birds, but to me it's just the sheer beauty of the lake and the simplicity of the experience. And there are no powerboats, no jet skis, everyone just chills out. They congregate around that little swimming platform and they get out for a swim on paddleboards and kayaks, and we're there most weeks through the warmer months. And in Neo's submission, there's real sleight of hand, I think, regarding the impacts to Lake Monty. Yeah, there's quotes there. I know they just try to base usage on campsite bookings, forgetting or ignoring that there are more day users than campers, especially on warm weekends. I don't see that they measured that. There's a quote there from the proponent's submission. I have no idea what they based that last sentence on. They certainly didn't interview the users of the lake. They attempt to isolate it into components, just the visual impact, and then noise is separate and barely mentioned. Construction and operational noise would be very significant. So to me and others, the idea of kayaking across the lake or sitting on the jetty after a swim, soaking in the sunshine and watching and hearing a huge turbine field from east to west is really confronting. It'd be a huge loss to the area, and it's something you just can't mitigate. And hearing turbines at night when you're camping, at what point is the campsite unusable for those who want to have a peaceful time in nature? And that there is a message from a friend when I mentioned the Kentbruck proposal to them. You might need to read that after, but it's about noise complaints and the actual campsite being moved, Mallee Camp, on the Great South West Walk because of turbines. So just going back to that proponent submission, views from this area already have a highly modified landscape. I wouldn't call it a highly modified landscape from where the viewers are. That's second line, the 3 general locations. The turbines would be visible from nearly everywhere, unless you're standing behind a shrub. And the third bit there, 7k inland track leading to from the beach. Well, the inland track doesn't lead to the beach, it leads to Nobles Rocks. What does lead to the beach is the Lake Monty Lookout Walk, which lots of people also drive to and head up. And that's the lookout view and wide angle in the EES. That text from the closing submission says basically that the viewer is in an industrial landscape and they expect to tolerate dramatic changes in views. And I'd ask a rational person, as I'm sure the panel are, is this an industrial landscape? I think if you ask the people using the lake or the beautiful lookout or the inland track whether they feel like they're in the context of an industrial scale pine plantation, they'd laugh at you. They're at a beautiful peaceful lake and a coastal dune system on a wild coastline. The pines are a calm green strip that's beyond the fringing vegetation of the lake. They're trees, they're relatively low, they don't move, they don't distract the eye, they're not noisy through the night. The vast majority of the time you barely notice them. From the Lake Monty lookout, there are about 85 turbines visible. Fully grown pines are up to their ankles. This project is about putting 105 incredibly huge, constantly moving, noisy industrial turbines along 25 kilometres of Discovery Bay and the Great South West Walk, right between critical conservation reserves. Inland views really would be destroyed from a wild landscape perspective. And I think those wild landscape impacts are unacceptable for Lake Monbion, for Discovery Bay, for the Glenelg Estuary, Jones Lookout, parts of the river, and for the peaceful tourist town of Nelson. And because this project has chosen such a sensitive location, we're now faced with impacts across all aspects. Not much trust in the methods and assessments used, much uncertainty in who owns it and how it would be built and run. And I found the project unacceptable, and I hope the panel can do the same. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Tuck. Sorry, just conferring with the members. I'm confident we do have your presentation.
Yep.
Yes, we do have it circulated. Yes.
Cool. All right.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
We don't have any questions. We really
Good.
appreciate you coming along.
I'm done.
Yeah, no, thank you. We really
right,
appreciate
thanks.
you coming along, taking the time.
Cheers.
Thank you. So next we'll be hearing from Mr. Biggs. Thank you. Invite you to come and sit at the table. Mr. Biggs, we don't have any further written submission from you, do we? Which is perfectly fine. I just want to be 100% sure. We don't have further written submission for you, do you? Relying on your original submission? Yes, which is perfectly fine. I just wanted to check.
I am, but I'm going to read from some notes. What I've tried to cover as best I could the proceedings, and these are just notes in summary from what I have been able to see. I've just focused on basically birds and fire. They're the two things that are most relevant to me. But I should say that I don't know if you've had an opportunity to read my original submission, but I'm a retired barrister and solicitor. I had 40 years in practice in New South Wales. I was also a member of the Law Society Specialist Accreditation Committee in New South Wales, and my special area was planning and environment. So I have no particular expertise here today. I'm 11 years out of the game, and I'm in Victoria, which is another country. So I'm not going to pretend to any knowledge of the situation here. So my submission is basically as a resident of Nelson. I moved here 7 years ago after a massive stroke that completely wiped out the section of my brain where all my motor functions were. And I'm a miracle of modern science. My brain rewired, which is quite extraordinary. It doesn't happen to everybody. I'm lucky. They call it plasticity. Anyway, I'm here today still, and I've outlived the normal 10-year stroke danger period, and I've had my heart fixed, which was the source of the problem. So I'm just here as a resident. I'm going to have to live with the consequences of the Minister's eventual decision. And I'll proceed to read from this. I might have liked once upon a time to do it off the top of my head, but I can't do that anymore, I'm afraid. So, I'm a 73-year-old retired solicitor, permanent resident of Nelson. I retired to Nelson 7 years ago, precisely because of its nationally and internationally important environmental significance. I've been engaged with the community consultation involving this project since 2019, and I have to say a vocal critic from the outset, particularly of its proposed location wedged between sensitive national and coastal parks. I also have a lifelong interest in birds, and the natural values of the Ramsar area and Nelson's national parks were another main reason why I moved here. As far as I was concerned, after I had the stroke, I had a large conservation property. I'd placed a covenant on it in the Hunter Valley, which I'd owned for some 30 years, and I negotiated that with the New South Wales Minister for the Environment. What's happening everywhere, of course, as you're probably aware, is that governments are moving away from public conservation to private conservation, encouraging people to do that sort of thing, and I was involved in that. And my property had many cultural values. It had there were caves with Aboriginal paintings. It was a beautiful forest. It overlooked 2 rivers. It was spectacular property. But after I had the stroke, I had to consider downscaling, because at that stage I was expecting to have another one and not live for long. It was amazing that I recovered it all. Anyway, I'm moving away from that. The main points I want to summarise today relate to birds and fire. They're, I think, the 2 most important issues to me. Now, in regard to birds, I've observed that the proponent has had at least 7 years to assess the likely impact of their proposal on birds. Just in relation to one bird, the Australian bittern in particular, it admits a lack of flight behaviour data. Why didn't it do its own assessment of this during the 7 years? It seems to me their approach to this project has been peripatetic. It has not been consistent all the way through. I don't know what's been going on with the proponent, but it has not been consistent. It started off at a trot and then seemed to lose interest in it and then come back to it more recently for this inquiry. Now, the bittern, I want to focus on the bittern because the proposal, as I read it, it endangers many species of birds, particularly large birds that are slow flying, like the bittern. So, to me, the bittern is a good place. It's a good example to start with, and it's been covered in these proceedings pretty broadly. Now, when wind farms were first getting off the ground, certainly in New South Wales, proponents were advised to swerve away, or to avoid places where there were wetlands, and for the reason in particular of slow flying large wetland birds, something this proponent ignored. In fact, the proponent not only failed to properly assess the impact on bitterns, but it significantly sought to avoid and downplay particularly the Robbie the Bittern flight tracking data of herring from 2016. That attracted worldwide attention at the time. The proponent commissioned no flight tracking research whatsoever, despite being fully aware of the risks to the bittern. I know they knew of the risks as early as 2019 because I discussed with the Robbie data with Matthew Parton, who I believe at the time was the manager of the proponent, and I have his card here on my folder from that time, and I have notes from that time. Matthew seemed to me to have an almost religious attachment to the idea of the urgency of dealing with climate change. I understand that. I acknowledge that. That's a good thing. But I think it somehow blinded him to the necessity to approach particularly wind farms in a careful way and locate them in positions where they were going to do the least amount of damage, because there will always be a certain amount of damage from everything we do. I'm a great believer in the old FOE advice, Friends of the Earth advice, think globally, act locally. But that aside, so the proponent knew from 2019, I believe, of the flight tracking data relating to the Australasian bittern, and it's I think has sought to dismiss and finally to downplay that data. Now, there are only, as you've heard, only an estimated couple of hundred bitterns left in Victoria. They are endangered largely because the wetlands upon which they rely have nearly everywhere been drained, except the Discovery Bay wetlands that are one of their last havens. And the proponent has not, in my submission, the committee must recommend to the Minister that this project not proceed in this critical location, at the very least until the proponent has properly researched and assessed the impact on bitterns with actual detailed flight tracking data. The herring data was done for an entirely different purpose. It was the bitterns in the rice projects in the Riverina. Since then, the technology has improved. The opportunity is there. The proponent's hardly lacking in finances, and I think that it would be a crime if they were allowed to proceed without having done that essential research, given that they know that there is a high risk to the bitterns. And this is not just a risk to a few bitterns, it's a risk with such a small population, it's a risk of extinction. So, as matters stand, the proponent relies entirely upon estimates and questionable computer models lacking essential baseline data. Putting it at its highest, this is secondary evidence only, especially given the acknowledged risk. And we've heard a lot about the precautionary principle. Precautionary principle requires more than what the proponent has done as a matter of settled law. While I was unable to watch much of the proceedings of the panel due to satellite and weather and health problems, I did see that part of Mr. Organ's description of migratory birds crossing the Kentbruck location, his estimation of it, with the travelling from the adjacent coast and long swamp wetlands. I expected that as a qualified expert, he would comply dispassionately with his duties to this panel. And instead, and to my surprise, because I was quite interested in Mr. Organ's views, Instead, to my surprise, he asserted that migratory birds leaving the coast, heading north, would easily fly up and over the 270-metre turbines by flying straight up, almost vertically. And he demonstrated this with a sweep of his hands as they're going to go straight up. I have to say that in a lifetime of bird watching all over the world, I have never ever seen any bird fly any distance vertically as demonstrated by Mr. Organ. I immediately lost confidence in his knowledge or his expertise or his impartiality. I concluded that Mr. Organ had fallen into the trap common to industry experts. I recognise this from a nearly 40-year career as a Superior Court litigator, from the pioneering days of the New South Wales Land and Environment Court to appearing before the full bench of the High Court. And I know that that court has repeatedly had cause to warn of the over-reliance placed upon experts without thoroughly testing their evidence. And I don't think Mr. Organ was thoroughly tested, not by my standards. Now, I know enough about computers to know that if you put estimates into your models in place of real data, you must eventually prove that model with actual observations, something the proponent has neglected to do. In an earlier response to a question from me, Mr. Chessel, Senior Counsel, advised turbine blade speed on the proposed wind turbines as 4.5 metres per second. That equates to 324 kilometres per hour, equivalent to something like the top speed of a Formula One racing car. The fastest bird in the world is a peregrine falcon, and they've been timed in diving vertically down from a height at 200, approximately 200. These turbines might appear in the landscape to be spinning slowly, but at the tip of the rotors, they are deadly. And they're deadly particularly to large water birds like bitterns, pelicans, swans, and raptors, all of which are slow to gain altitude. They've all got their own techniques. They'll look for, and I can say this from my own observations, they will look for updrafts. They will fly into the wind to give them height. None of this equates to the sort of flight tracking data that some of the proponents experts have suggested limits them to not flying over the proposed site. Birds are not predictable. They are dependent upon, in their flying, they're dependent upon the wind and the conditions. And also, a lot of these birds, particularly the migratory birds, are flying at night. The other thing about birds is that they don't see the world we do. We tend to we tend to look at birds the way we look at the world. Birds don't see the world that way. The latest research with birds, some of the most interesting research, is about migration. When I was a kid, I used to keep racing pigeons. And I was always fascinated with the idea that you could take a pigeon 1,000 kilometres away, or 1,000 miles away, even some of the races we had, and they would find their way home. I didn't know how they did that, and I was always fascinated to know. It turns out the latest research suggests that birds have something in their eye that enables them to assess the magnetic field of the Earth, and they use that for tracking. It's fascinating stuff, but it again suggests that in our approach to birds and how we look at them, we are pretty much blindsided. They are not the same as us, and they're not robots the way the proponent would have us believe with the way they fly and how they're going to fly over that proposed wind farm. Now, unfortunately, with birds, when they're navigating or flying, they do not have an eye for the forest of wind farm blades arrayed east-west across their flight paths, spinning at 324 kilometres an hour, especially at night when a great many of them, who are migratory birds, which Ramsar is supposed to be about, leave on their migrations. They choose nights to do that. It's going to make it even harder for them to see these damn things. Nevertheless, the risk of wind farms is so well known that the initial advice from the Commonwealth to wind farm proponents, as I previously said, was to avoid locations near wetlands for this very reason. The proponent has pointedly ignored this advice throughout the development of its proposal and has at every opportunity sought to downplay those risks and isolate their proposal in what they have falsely portrayed as a relatively sterile biodiverse pine forest. The proponent has ignored and sought to downplay the fact that its proposal runs east-west across a known migratory bird flyway from Asia for at least 30 species of avian visitors to a sensitive hotspot Ramsar coastline. It has not done its homework in properly and dispassionately assessing the impact of its proposal upon a highly important and sensitive environment. I was shocked. I was truly shocked when in 2019, when I first heard about this proposal, because it's from my knowledge of what proponents were advised to do, they had ignored all of that and they'd chosen perhaps the worst possible site in Victoria. I travelled all the way here when I retired because this area is such a known hotspot for birds. And they say, okay, well, it's in a pine forest, it doesn't matter. That's nonsense. That pine forest is like a dagger in the heart of conservation. That's what it is, a dagger in the heart of conservation. Now, the proponents' estimations of bird flight patterns are, putting it at its very highest, merely secondary evidence. I'll repeat that, merely secondary evidence, considering that accurate real-time satellite tracking was always available as a superior methodology, which they ignored. What tracking data that was available from the herring, Robbie the Bittern tracking demonstrates that bitterns crossing through the middle of the proposed wind farm. That tracking was followed live by ornithologists and bird watchers all around the world. Anybody actually interested in birds was well aware of its results, and they were published in Australian BirdLife, which is the principal organisation of the principal publication of BirdLife Australia. And it was an event studiously ignored by the proponent and its experts until very recently. Bitterns are only one of the many species of birds threatened by the location of this wind farm running parallel to a Ramsar-listed coastline. That coastline was listed under the Ramsar Treaty largely because of its high value use by migratory birds, many coming from Siberia and the Arctic Circle that fly to Discovery Bay to overwinter. I could list at least 30 species that haven't even been mentioned in these proceedings that I have seen on that beach, flying all the way from the Arctic down here. Why the hell do they travel so far to be treated so poorly? Anyway, in my submission, this proposal for one of the tallest and largest wind farms located across a relatively narrow strip of pine forest that bisects important conservation areas and a Ramsar-listed Discovery Bay coastline, if approved, as I said, will be a knife in the heart of conservation in Australia. I don't say that lightly. I appreciate the threats of climate change. For years, I have been arguing in my small capacity to try and change views as to how we are living. We cannot continue with an economy based entirely on consumption. That's been obvious for years. Unfortunately, nobody seems able to change that. So that's as much as I have to say about birds. Now, I would also like to address the issue of fire, again from a position as a permanent resident of Nelson. Somebody's going to have to live with the consequences of your deliberations. I'm a member of the Nelson CFA Brigade. And I have to tell you that the average age of that brigade is 72. As I said, I'm 73, so I'm slightly older than the average. It's a bit like Dad's army. Prior to my retirement and moving to Nelson, I established in consultation with the New South Wales Minister for the Environment a significant conservation area in the Hunter Valley, as I adverted to earlier on. And I successfully lobbied to have conservation areas recognised as defensible assets under the New South Wales Rural Fires Act. I believe that a similar argument can be advanced in Victoria. Were that to be accepted, and as I say, I think it's an argument that's worth pursuing, it would have some impact on this proposal. Placing known fire hazards like wind turbines in an area surrounded by defensible high conservation assets would likely make landowners hosting those fire-prone turbines think twice about their insurance, for a start. Now, going back to the Nelson Brigade, our local brigade pumps, and we've got the latest gear, we're pretty well financed, we've got the latest pumps and hoses on our newest fire truck, which is pretty much brand new, spray water 30 metres at the most. How can we be expected to reach a turbine fire at a height of 100 metres or more? Turbines down here are very well known in this part of the world to catch fire. There have been many examples. In summer, the prevailing winds here are southeasterlies. In 2020, Nelson residents faced evacuation orders. The urgency was huge. It was quite an event. We had a fire that was coming out of the pine forest to the east, coming from the Portland direction towards Nelson, and it was being pushed by almost gale force southeasterly winds. That fire was started by a group of German tourists, apparently unaware of the total fire ban declaration for that day. And it was only stopped at the Winnap Road, pretty much in the middle of the proposed location for the wind farm, by intense aerial water bombing. We had, I think, very large planes. I don't know what they were, but they were very large. And that road and most of that forest there was covered in the red dye, which they used for months afterwards. When you went down to Lake Monbiong, as I believe you did on the bus, you drove through large areas of open, what looked like newly planted pine forests. That was the area that was burnt out in that fire. It had been replanted, but it was a large area. And it was worth millions and millions of dollars in terms of the loss to the owners of that pine forest. That was started just by a bunch of German tourists. Now, given the location of wind turbines in a pine forest, you can start to see that there's a bit of a problem. Near when it first started proposing this, had some glossy brochures, and they were talking about how they were inspired by a wind farm which had been built in Finland. It strikes me that this environment down here is not Finland. We're a long way away from Finland, and we have very different circumstances, particularly as regards fire hazard. So for planning purposes, this area down here is classified as a region of very high fire risk. The proponent modelled and marketed its proposal based upon the example of Finland. They could not have chosen a more different location as regards fire. Finland has nothing in common with this area in terms of fire. Now, it's well established that fire bombers cannot safely work in and around wind farms, especially a wind farm of 105 turbines, 270 metres tall. So I ask you, members of this panel, I ask you, who is going to fight that fire? We will not be able to rely on aerial firefighting, water bombing, because of the height and proximity of the turbines. The turbines are only 4 kilometres from Nelson. For any pilot flying any aircraft, I can tell you, 4 kilometres is just not much. And they will not be able to fly over the wind farm in relation to their firefighting duties because of the height of the turbines and the dangers of doing so. So who's going to stop the fire coming out of that wind farm, that pine forest, at a time of high summer winds? I can guarantee you it won't be the Nelson CFA, and frankly, I don't think it'll be possible to extinguish such a fire at all before it reaches Nelson, because the setback of only 4 kilometres is woefully inadequate for those heavy water bombers, and the front will simply be too big. I also note that the evidence has demonstrated that those turbines closest to Nelson will be in the most obvious inhibition to firefighting, and they also pose a significant risk to the bent-wing bats that are known to roost in the caves just across the Glenelg River, also just a few kilometres away. I've been to those caves, and I know most of them are in Dry Creek. They're not actually on the Glenelg River. There's a Dry Creek conservation area nearby, and they're basically holes that go straight down in the ground, and at night the bats come streaming out of there, and they're going to fly straight into those turbines just a few kilometres away. Anyway, I wasn't meaning to address the bats. I just mention the bent-wing bats in passing because it's just another species in such a sensitive landscape that is at risk as a result of this proposal. Back to fire. Nelson's full-time population is only about 200 people, give or take. It's great if you've spent all your life working in a city, as I have. It's wonderful. But in summer, Nelson's population expands to well over 1,000. Could even be 2,000. It gets busy, I can tell you. So we've got 2,000 family holiday makers down in Nelson enjoying their boats, their kayaks and all the wonderful natural features that Nelson has to offer. And whether a fire is started by a group of tourists or a wind turbine or some other cause, if a fire comes out of Kentbruck during a summer southeasterly, well over 1,000 people will be at considerable risk. And we will not have a hope in hell of stopping it because of a bloody great wind farm right next door, 4 kilometres away. Just dangerous. Both Nelson and the Discovery Bay Ramsar area are likely to be destroyed because of the practical restrictions on water bombing associated with a wind farm. There's just no other way of putting it. This is a direct existential threat, far greater than climate change, an immediate existential threat, this proposal, to the people of Nelson. And there is no way it can be addressed. You can't have the turbines and aerial firefighting in such close proximity. It's just impossible. So I put it to you that the subsequent coronial inquiry will be looking very closely over the records of this panel, as will a small army of lawyers. In my submission, you have a pressing duty to advise the Minister in no uncertain terms of the heightened risk of fire from locating a wind farm in a pine forest upwind of Nelson during the height of the fire season and the probable consequences to large numbers of holidaying families. My final point is that there is no way to offset the extinction of a species, be it of birds or extinguishing a large, significant community of people. This proposal is located in the worst possible place and in my submission is an existential threat to both birds, bats and people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr Biggs, for your submissions. Thank you. We don't have any questions, but we really appreciate you coming along, and we understand your position. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll ask Ms Thompson if she'd like to come and sit at the table. Thank you. Welcome. And I'll just note we do have, Ms Thompson, we do have your further written submission as well. So just to note that we've received that. Thank you very much. For those watching, it's document 3436.
Yeah, look, thanks for having me and all the other people who've contributed so far. I'm a retired journalist who's lived in Nelson for 7 years. I'm not and never have been a member of a political party nor any anti-renewable lobby group. I oppose the Kentbruck project because its location threatens the internationally significant values of the adjacent Discovery Bay wetlands, its fauna, particularly migratory and other birds, flora and other fauna. I better stop there, I think, and those of the adjacent 2 national parks and a forest park. During my 11 years at the Fairfax masthead, the Newcastle Herald, I reported on the expansion of the Hunter Valley open-cut coal mines. Those mines supplied the biggest coal port in the world, Newcastle. As a result, I have some experience in the handling of the type of documents, planning processes and impacts associated with Kentbruck. In my opinion, the renewable energy industry has failed people whose lives are changed by the energy transition era and threatens to leave a physical landscape legacy of similar scale to the coal industry. Instead of unrehabilitated voids, and they, in the Upper Hunter, they are really something to see. They give undertakings to rehabilitate those voids, and that is one of the major environmental threats for that region. But instead of voids, to me, wind threatens the survival of species. From recent public statements, the Clean Energy Council and the Australian Energy Infrastructure Commission, among other renewable energy organisations, they agree with my comments. And if you're interested in following up those recent public statements from those 2 organisations, I have references here. Now, that's called social licence. That's now called social licence. But Neowen's lack of these social policies is one of many significant failures of this project. Now, I did ask for Neowen to supply its social licence policies when we had a community consultation in Nelson. Now, Kent is sitting behind me here, and he did say he would get back to me to help me out with accessing those policies, but he did not get back to me. The environmental effects statement lacked critical information. Traffic counts were dangerously underestimated, and I know that because when I first came to Nelson, heavy freight, the frequency of heavy freight through Nelson was quite shocking. And in an effort to improve safety around the town, I did quite a lot of research into freight movements, heavy, very heavy, high-performance freight movements. And the traffic counts in the EES, to my mind, they underestimated that frequency, and I thought that was a very important point to get right. It also lacked a transport management plan and a fire management plan. It appeared to rely heavily on the 7 local volunteer CFA brigades. Formal plans would come later, the company promised. It was as if the then proponent thought no one here is going to notice or maybe not even care. but I think you've noticed that people from Nelson care. And I think there's, purely from a personal point of view, the emotional toll, that's perhaps too strong a word, is quite obvious amongst the people of Nelson and in presenting to the committee. So since that EES, we've had a tsunami of technical information that's been issued. Now, I just checked last week, 415 documents, but I'm sure that figure is much increased now to fill the gaps that the EES didn't. Now, this has led to overload, which has caused a few sleepless nights, or waking up in the middle of night and thinking of Kentbruck, which I really don't enjoy. Anyway, much of this project has been confidential. The lease agreement with GTFP is confidential. DECA convened TRG advice to the proponent is confidential. The information in Neoan's capacity investment scheme tender is confidential, and well-founded claims of DECA conflicts of interest in its aggregated energy and environment portfolio remain ignored. Now, the Glenelg Hopkins CMA, which is the site coordinator for the Ramsar area, tells me it will ignore, and that's the word that was used, public comments on its draft Ramsar management plan that raise concern about Kentbruck. The CMA says it will defer to this committee's process. Another fundamental unknown about Kentbruck, exactly who is the proponent, and other people have raised this, and I think it's incumbent on the committee to extract an explanation. When I asked planning panels on June 30, it was Neoan, Brookfield or HMC Capital, I was referred to a tabled document which showed HMC should have taken over on July 1. HMC's shares plunged 17% last week, and as the Australian Financial Review reported, HMC Capital, quote, HMC Capital has abandoned its plan to build a $2 billion renewables generation and storage empire and has instead put its entire energy portfolio under review. HMC Capital appears to have run out of money to finalise the deal, and we won't know until August 1 who or what is responsible for Kentbruck. Kentbruck is driven by international speculators taking advantage of the withdrawal of state and federal governments as legislators and regulators, leaving places such as the Ramsar wetlands at Discovery Bay and Robbins Island in Tasmania, now the Tarkine Wilderness in Tasmania and Toondah in Queensland open for exploitation. Neoan, GTFP and Kentbruck's financiers want you to believe the site is confined to the already disturbed GTFP pine forest. Its location is, personally to me, an affront, threatening the Ramsar-listed wetlands secured in 2017 by a community campaign, which I was not involved with. They did a remarkable job. NGT's 10-year-long project of landscape restoration is also at risk. Mr Chessel says these proximity concerns are undefined and unsubstantiated. He made that comment on May the 28th in the hearing. I found that to be quite insulting to all those who've lodged informed and expert opinions to this committee. The proponent relies on man-made hierarchies of avoidance, minimisation, mitigation and the largely discredited policy of offsets to manage the risk to wildlife, the little understood behaviour of birds. The so-called energy transition era is nothing of the sort, as Australia continues to export record amounts of fossil fuels and approves more new projects such as the 70-year Woodside expansion. After the Ramsar Declaration was announced, site coordinator, the Glenelg Hopkins CMA, received about $800,000 over 2 years for amenity improvements to the Ramsar wetlands. Compare this to the to the recent DECA revelation, and I'm prepared to be corrected on this because I'm not sure I'm getting the right impression, because I find it quite shocking. Compare this to the recent DECA revelation of the removal of most of the $30 million from the BAMP fund. Nothing can compensate for loss of Nelson's natural assets, its long-standing ecotourism economy, and its family-owned niche aviation service, which not many people know about, but it serves aircraft from all over the country. Kentbruck is a project, in my opinion, on very shaky ground, in the hands of an uncertain proponent that appears to be running out of money and making promises it can't fulfil. I urge the committee to advise the responsible minister not to approve Kentbruck. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms Thompson. Just check if there are any questions. No, thank you. Thank you. Your submissions are clear. We really appreciate you coming along to present.
Can I ask one question? Is that correct about the fund?
I'm not in a position to answer that. You might be able to follow that up outside of the hearing process. Thank you. Are the proponents able to shed some light on it? Thank you.
I think the answer is no, it's not correct, as I understand what you're saying, but I'm happy to raise it and address it after the hearing.
Yes, thank you. I think it'd be better to address outside the hearing. Thank you.
Paragraph 1110 and 1111 from the DECA submission.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. So that does bring us to the end of our day. There's a couple of things I need to cover before we rise. Firstly, the IAC intends to seek the views of DECA on some matters relating to Brolgers, and we will be issuing a letter this afternoon with those questions. We've asked DECA if they could attend preliminary matters tomorrow morning to discuss the timing of a response, and of course we'll need to discuss the timing of any reply submissions from the proponent. So that letter should be circulated very, very soon. And consequently, we will start at 10:10 tomorrow morning so that we have ample time to cover and discuss any preliminary matters, so we don't end up running behind schedule when our submitters start presenting, just start at 10:25 tomorrow morning. And the only other thing I wanted to mention was we have received a document for tomorrow's submissions from Ms Dennis, document 455, so I'll just acknowledge that that's been received. There are no further matters from the IAC's perspective, so I'll just ask Mr Chessel, is there anything you'd like to cover off this afternoon?
Yes, there is, and it might be that you'd prefer to address this tomorrow morning. We've received the correspondence from the committee. Thank you very much for the questions. That's all clear. We're seeking to engage with Mr Organ, who is likely to be the person who prepares the primary response to those questions, given the commitments of other witnesses and their availability and the like. I don't yet have a clear picture that I can communicate to you about the timing of when that material will be produced. And there are obviously some more things to come in still, including the material from DECA in respect of the EMF, and whatever comes out of the further queries in respect of Brolga and the like, and whatever process we need to be able to respond to that. I'm raising that now just with a view to perhaps put on the committee's radar what implications, if any, that might have in respect of the conclusion of the balance of the hearing next week. Obviously, we're through submissions on Monday, and that would conclude the submission process. And as the timetable is currently formulated, there'd be a reserve day, as I understand it, and then the reply submission would be on the Wednesday. I don't yet know, and it might be I have a better position or better feel for this on tomorrow morning, but I don't yet know to what extent it will be possible for us to have responded to any new material by that time, and what implications that might have about the timing of the reply submission. I suppose I'm raising it really to inquire as to whether there would be scope for that closing or reply day to follow the filing of any further response in respect of these types of queries that are emerging, or whether Wednesday's the hard cut-off date, and anything after that would have to be in writing or the like. So it's a query to help us organise ourselves and help us to best respond to you tomorrow morning, perhaps, or at least at some stage tomorrow, in respect of what implications this further material might have on the balance of the hearing.
Thank you, Mr Chesler. I'm not surprised by the question, and we're open to suggestions as to what's manageable, what's achievable to provide the time required for the response, both from DECA and from the proponent, to the questions that we're issuing. I note that we do have next Thursday in as a reserve day. I'm saying that without having given anyone notice of me remembering and just noting that that is a possibility that we may be able to talk about. We'd be happy to hear back from you when you've had time to process the request from the committee to consider whether an exchange of written material will be adequate,
yes,
whether you feel that there is a need to come back in person to present after the scheduled closing day.
Yes.
I note we do also, of course, have the exchange of written material on the final day project documents. So there's a couple of weeks there that allows some flexibility in terms of time. How the sequencing of documents will fit, I'm not fully clear on that either, but happy to discuss options.
Okay. I suppose the only option, the thing that's playing on my mind to some degree is, in the event that we don't have a firm position in respect of the response to the queries arising from the trust submission, whatever additional queries come from the Brolga and the like, in the event that that hasn't occurred before Tuesday or Wednesday of next week, would the committee still be anticipating us closing or replying on that date, notwithstanding that material would be outstanding, or would there be prospect of the reply day, that is coming back on one day, albeit not next week but the following week or something like that, to conclude that exercise? That's the...
Thank you, yes. I can't be definitive about that at this stage, but I think to say we're open to options and would be interested to hear what you suggest would be achievable for the proponent. Member Kirsch, you've got your finger on the button there.
I was just going to add one thing to the two options that you seem to be canvassing, and that's the third option, which is that it's done on the papers. It's just circulation of written material.
Yeah, no, thank you. I agree that that's another option. We'll give some thought, and hopefully I get some more information, and we can address you in the morning.
Yes,
about
thank
that.
you. Happy to talk about it in preliminary matters, and if there's still further time needed, we'll have time to revisit. Would be good to resolve this week,
yes,
before we move into next week. So we'll discuss it as we need to tomorrow, but possibly resolve first thing.
Okay,
thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. So we'll see everybody back here at 10 past 10 tomorrow morning to continue to hear submissions. Thank you.